As we were just mentioning, the crew is slated to perform these science sit reps. They are prompted to do so by an icon in their lunar targeting plan. That one coming down from NASA astronaut and pilot of Artemis II, Victor Glover. As we discussed, the Capcom is usually the only person in the room speaking with the crew, the capsule communicator. However, today, the science officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, she is the Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, is speaking with the crew during the flyby to ask any questions that the team may have. To her right is Trevor Graff. He is one of 3 science officers. Those would be Kelsey Young, Trevor Graff, and Angela Garcia, who will also join us later for an interview.
And Houston, Integrity Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see the entire moon that they're looking at. We left the t-shirt up there, so I was kind of peeking through the opening in the makeshift shroud there. And Houston, Integrity Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see the entire moon that they're looking at because it's still got the low light, the low sun angle. So we can travel out there and Houston, Integrity Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. I can see closest to Oriental, where it's still got the low light, the low sun angle. So we can travel out there and travel off. So Houston, Integrity Science Integrity was able to get a view out of window 1, which is a beautiful view. We closest to Oriental, where it's still got the low light, the low sun angle.
Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationship you just described about photography. And if it's easier for your observations, please feel free to remove the feature track from window 1. Love the description, Victor, especially the comparison and relationship you just described about photography. And if it's easier for your observations, please feel free to remove the feature track from window 1.
Those calls coming from NASA astronaut Victor Glover. As we discussed, the crew is working in pairs. Taking photos Camilla Reed-Wiseman and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, serving as their support team of pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. You're hearing those calls discussed. The crew is working in pairs. Victor Glover, as he is on that support team, and he's tasked with providing the science sit reps, while the 2 crew photographing and making annotations of the moons to Jeremy Hansen, serving as their support team of pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. While during those calls, they also look at the moon themselves and as he is science situation providing science sit reps, while the 2 crew photographing and making annotations on your screen is part of the lunar target's package, and it's something that the crew can reference as they are mission specialists. While during those calls, they also look at the moon themselves and as he is science situation providing science. You also heard Glover mention Oriental. On your screen is your feature that the team is interested in today, and it's named reference as until this mission, Grant's Oriental Basin has never been seen in sunlight by CGI eyes. Oriental also heard Glover mention Oriental in a short screen distance from the team's interested in today. themselves against this test of their first flight on the Artemiis spacecraft. This team is has been monitoring the space position as well as systems, not just for today's high-level mission, and continuing to do so until it's splashed down on first flight recovery on the Artemiis spacecraft. This is a visualization from Arrow, the Artemis system orbit website that is also accessible to today's high-level mission at nave/Artemis, showing us that we are now under 10,000 miles from Earth, 9,948 to be specific, and continuing to go down. This is a visualization from Arrow, the Artemis system orbit website that is also closest to today's high-level mission at 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. However, we will be out of contact with the crew at this time, specifically and continuing to go down. At the time of closest approach, the distance from Earth to the surface will be about 4,070 miles. 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. However, we will be out of contact with the shuttle at this time, specifically and continuing to go down. At the time of closest approach, the distance from Earth to the surface will be about 4,070 miles. 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 p.m. Eastern. Shot live inside the Orion spacecraft where our shuttle crew members are continuing with their flyby activities. They just began those activities really about 20 minutes ago, so we've got several hours of new view opportunities. This is still a live view inside that capsule. However, you can see just how dark they have turned down the lights. Actually, they've turned them all the way through with their new flyby activities. So turning down these lights gives them better views about 20 minutes ago, so we've got several hours of new view opportunities. Also, this is still functions from inside the spacecraft. However, you can see just how dark they have turned down the lights. Actually, they've turned them all the way through with their new flyby activities. So turning down these lights gives them better views about 20 minutes ago, so we've got several hours. As we were previously discussing, the crew members are serving on teams, the first team being Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen at the windows photographing what they see. We heard reports earlier that they could see both the moon and the Earth in the same view, and we are looking forward to seeing the moon and the Earth in the same view as well. That Earth set coming up in just a few hours. While Wiseman and Hansen are at the windows photographing, Glover and Cook are serving as support crew. They are able to assist with cameras. They are also providing those situation reports, letting us know how the team is working inside the spacecraft, what they're seeing, and how they're feeling about it. Those first blocks of teams will last about an hour, and the crew members are approaching the halfway point into their first observation block. A reminder, we have 5 of those blocks today. So they're approaching this halfway point during which the crew at the window will switch roles. One will begin taking pictures, and the other will be making annotations on their PCD, that's portable computing device. Both of those crew members at the windows are recording audio of what they see. They are putting on headsets and recording audio into their portable computing devices. Obviously, we are not hearing this right now. This is going to be sent down to the science team, and they will be able to analyze that at a later time. What we are hearing, though, and will continue to hear, are those science sit reps a few times every block. Once this block is complete, about 40 minutes from now, we will have the teams switch. That means pilot Victor Glover and
Science integrity, looking out of window 1, think I may have misreported earlier saying that it was Tycho going over the horizon. That was Copernicus I was referring to. Apologies. It was Copernicus is what is farthest bounding to the east, and that is now like on the horizon or just past it. And Korolev is now a few degrees from going over the horizon. And then, next it'll be Aristarchus Plateau. And so on the west, we are getting a much better view of the Terminator. It looks like we have about 80% illumination of the moon. And Vavilov and one Vavilov diameter to the west is where the Terminator is right now. And so other features are starting to peek out there. The center of the illuminated part of the moon is to the lower part is Oriental, and just around Oriental, a lot of light structure is starting to show up. A lot of high albedo, similar to the feature I cannot remember, Burgess Alpha, and Aristarchus type high albedo in the ring. So when you look at the interior ring and the external ring, it's almost as if the edges are starting to dry up and turn white. If it was something that was wet and got dry, the edges would be the part to dry first. You just kind of outline all the topography in the interior of that wall is like it was dusted with snow. Or this was the earth, I would say there was snow dumped on some of the ridges. This was the earth, I would say there was snow dumped on some of the ridges on the interior of the Oriental. Also, an interesting part of the discussion that I heard between Reed and Jeremy is that from Galushko is that from Grimaldi to there are two dark features there. There are two dark features there. Look like commas in the wrong direction. Look like there's also a lot of, but in the wrong direction. Interesting. There's just a lot of geometry and squiggles. There's just a lot of dots and geometry and squiggles, lines that are starting to stand out as lines that are starting to stand out. And there are also a lot of communication in albedo. And there also is in some of those the two dark features, for example. In some of those the two dark features, for example, to the south is a very dark, larger one. The one that's further to the south is albedo, like the southern and western part of Grimaldi. Albedo, like the southern and western part of Grimaldi. North, closer to Glishko, the one to the also that same dark albedo. To Glishko is, and then around them there are some very high albedo. And then around them there are some very north of the lower, the southern one, and just to the north of the lower, smaller one to the north, and just to the west, the smaller one to the north, 10 or 9 or 10. Almost approaching a 10, a 9 or a 10, and lots of little bright spots just starting to pop up in this view. Just starting to pop up to the north as you look up on the North Pole. There is a north as you look up at the North Pole with a lot of distinct, very central, with a lot of. There's also 3 in albedo. That is also 3 going to the horizon and gets lighter and lighter. Past it going to the horizon, it gets lighter and lighter and it's very, very high albedo. The name of that feature, find out. I will go look at find the name of that feature. To the south, really getting some interest to the south. Really getting some topography in the South Pole. Geography and topography and in the South Pole. The view of the South Pole is the view of the South Pole is as well as the limb view. They are very distinct. As well as the limb view right there of the South Pole crater right at the South Pole. I'm going to go look up, I don't believe that is, I'm going to go look up, I'm going to go look up the name of that one, because it's also going to look up the name of that one, because it's also giving the shadows, a lot of that topography, that's the shadows, the view that I'm seeing, I'm distracted by all of these interesting view that I'm seeing, albedo variations by all of these interesting albedo that we see, just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond, just a Vavilov diameter to the west beyond, is where the Terminator is. Copernicus is just beyond most feature that we can see. A very nice ring, very nice structure to the north, with a great structure high out to the north, with a great high albedo, and the south is uplift dotted by to the north, and the south is dotted by a very characteristic crater with a lot of terrain, shadow features, with a lot of terrain, shadow features. And I will go through and find any questions for the observation team. Any questions for the observation team.
Integrity Science, love the descriptions. You're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate you're definitely looking odd up there. Appreciate seeing the training being implemented of the dark patches. Especially interested in your descriptions of the dark features. You compare the albedo you see in Grimaldi and notice that you're starting to see albedo you see in Grimaldi and notice that you're starting to see those color differences, especially when you get on any observations you want to make, especially when you get on the tease out in a little bit. Would really help us tease out the differences in those dark mare deposits. Great description, Victor. Keep them coming.
Absolutely will do, and I know you've got descriptions on both of the window observers right now as well. On both of the window observers right now as well. Keep it coming.
Great evidence of how well trained this crew is by the science team. NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and pilot of the Artemis II mission, Victor Glover, noting several different features on the moon and noting several different features on the moon and such snow on some of the peaks. Obviously, saying that it looks like snow on some of the peaks. Obviously, we referencing that as some of the lighting on how it looks. Referencing that as some of the lighting Artemis II on how it looks from their current position. The Artemis II crew from their current position. The team is slated to be switching their positions. The team is slated to be switching their positions at the windows now. Both Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen have both been at Windows 2 and 3. One taking photos at Windows 2 and 3. One taking annotations on their portable computing device. And annotations on their portable computing device. At this time, we also anticipate that they are looking at a crater duo. One of those is Glushko, and the team is and the other is Glushko, and the team is looking at the other is Glushko's ray system and how the extent of Glushko's differ in the mare and how its rays differ in the mare versus the Highlands. Ray systems of the team to compare the ray systems of Glushko to Ohm. Ohm is considered a young crater. If you've ever seen a photo of the Richat structure, it's also known as the Eye of the Sahara. Richat structure, it's also known as the Eye of the Sahara. It's 40 kilometers in diameter, and that could fit within Ohm's interior. The team is specifically interested in descriptions of that ray visibility, including color albedo. Ray visibility is the color brightness or the surface reflection, and the reach or the surface reflection, and the reach. Again, I am using the same lunar targeting package that the crew is referencing on board right now. This helps keep them on time as well as prompt them for when they need to make a call down to the science team and report when they need to make a call down to the science team, reminders of when they need to swap positions at the windows. Reminders of when they need to swap positions at the windows. Additionally, I'm using the Amber Turner and the Artemis II lunar science team. Now, this passport did not fly with the crew, but they used it extensively as a study guide here on Earth. So a lot of the descriptions and comparisons you hear today are developed directly by the science team. We are now 4 days, 20 hours, and 43 minutes. We are now 4 days, 20 hours, and 43 minutes.
To the north, that crater to the north. We've got one in the north that looks like just like a textbook. Got one in the north that looks like pole as well. The one in the north, one on the south pole as well. The one in the north, and what I wanted to highlight about that is, and what I wanted to highlight about that is, I think central. It is either a very or just a very defined area of high albedo. A very defined area of high albedo. Especially the majority of the crater is, say, an albedo of 5 is, say, an albedo of 5. This only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras. Only a tenth of the diameter of Pythagoras is an albedo of 3. But it is very bright and it stands out. Maybe 3. And then but it is very bright and it stands out. And the actual where is the horizon here? The actual what is another horizon on the horizon. And right on that edge right on the horizon is another right on that albedo. It seems to be is another 2 craters. It's hard to tell. It seems to be between the 2 craters. It's hard to tell just further north beyond. But there's another spot just further north beyond. I can draw a picture of this one and show you where that very high albedo. This one to show you where that surrounded by again another 2 albedo surrounded by most of the area 5 bounding it and most of the area bounding it.
Integrity science, thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras assessment. Thanks for that. We agree with the Pythagoras to your previous report. And as a follow-up to your previous report, topography comparisons between the North Pole and the South Pole of the Moon. If you're willing to provide words on that. The South Pole of the Moon. If you're willing to provide words on that.
Topography comparisons, absolutely. And if you have any idea what, if you have any idea what a line, if you draw a line, the western edge of the outer, the western edge of the outer intersection of beautiful textbook on the south, I would love to know the name of beautiful textbook on the south. I would love to know the name of the South Pole has a little bit of differences now. The South Pole has a little bit of and I can see Terminator, and I can see a little more shadowing there, but there's a little more shadowing there, but crater right at the South Pole, so that's the main thing defining the South Pole, so that's topography there defining seems to be quite a bit of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows of elevation change. I can see some very jagged shadows at 90 degrees just to the west of South Pole. I can see a crater at the South Pole. I can see I don't know if there's a shadow direction, the wall or a very deep canyon just to the west of that, or a very deep canyon just to the west of that. It seems to be that from sort of the edge, from sort of the edge of the mare that's dark, which is maybe one of the mare's diameter, which is maybe one Pythagoras diameter, a ring about that, draw a ring about that, maybe the top, and just draw a ring around the degrees of the moon side, and just draw a ring around 5. The near side is an albedo of 5, and then along the same edge of the mare, and then along the same Grimaldi just outside of the edge of the mare goes just outside of Little craters, just outside of Little craters, just outside of darker. You start to see the 5s and 6s, darker. The 4s and 5s, the 5s. You follow that line up to the north. The 4s and 5s is also where the change to the north happens. Is also where the change in topography happens at the North Pole. The line defining the light of the mare that you can see from Earth. Draw that line of the mare that you can see from straight to the North Pole. Draw that line on the midpoint of all that straight to the North Pole. You see smoother topography using the Earth. You see smoother topography or crater dotted by on the far side. You see a lot more cratering and on the far more topography, a lot more cratering and a lot more topography. Far side has the bit of a little terminator there, but far side has the bit of a little terminator there, but topography. It seems to be more in the topography. It seems to be a more challenging place, to a more challenging place to land and to in the south place to land and to even traverse all around the South Pole. And at the North Pole, all around the South Pole, and at the North Pole to translate on the far side of the North Pole, translate on the far side of the North Pole around the near side of the North Pole around Pythagoras.
Copy all, Victor. You really help paint a contextual picture of what you're looking at. We really appreciate the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing, the way that you're guiding us into the areas you're seeing by drawing comparisons between recognizable features. Thanks for that.
And Kelsey, another little science sit-rep moment. And just Kelsey, another little science sit-rep moment. The more I look at the moon with the team is, the more I look at the moon and observation. That was an observers have been on timeline, no hardware issues. They did on timeline, no hardware issues. They did feature that you'll hear more about on the recordings that they call the handprint. That you'll hear more about on the recordings that they call it before they moved into the current target. They thought that was go before they moved a little bit more current target. They thought that was going to switch. Chatting a little bit more about them. And they're preparing to switch after this.
Houston copies and concurs. Houston copies and concurs.
Hey, Houston Science, actually Houston and Science, Houston just observation, actually Houston and Science, another just observation, shifted a little bit since I've been up here. I've been wearing my reading glasses a little too, looking at the PCD, wearing my reading glasses to look a bit on the eyes, looking out the window and seeing very bright moon on the eyes, looking out the window and seeing that very bright moon, trying to work cameras and microphones and trying to work cameras and microphones, those kinds of things, and then looking at the PCD lunch and those kinds of things. It's just been an exercise, which is a difficult thing. It's just been an exercise. It is a difficult glasses and then to having to wait as my eyes adjust down on the glasses, and then I look back to wait as my eyes adjust looking out the window. As I look back into my eyes adjusting looking out the window, I have to work through my eyes adjusting and just have to work through it as they adjust.
Appreciate that report, Victor, and know that we are prepared to read you up targets from the ground. We are prepared to read you up targets from the ground if that would give you the ability to keep your eyes focused on the moon and not having to swap between that and the PCD. Just let us know.
Yeah, we appreciate that science, and we will also do that for the window teams, and we'll also wait as well. The window teams, and we'll get on that way as well. But we appreciate that. We may take you up on that. Thanks.
Continued detailed descriptions from the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. Descriptions from the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. Flight. The first time we've flown humans aboard this spacecraft. So the first time we've flown humans aboard this spacecraft. To look outside the window and then back at the PCD. To look outside the window and then back at the PCD. Is appreciated as we prepare for future missions. Every single detail is appreciated as we prepare for future missions. Glover also mentioned that he is now wearing his glasses now that he's in space, and his eyes have shifted a bit. Glasses now that he's in space, and his eyes have shifted a bit. Go to space. This is something that happens when our astronauts go to space. The lower half of your body up into your head, and that can cause changes lower half of your body up into your head, and that can cause changes over time in your eyes. It's something that we have seen over time for living and working on the International Space Station now that we have been living and working on the International Space Station for over 25 years. Again, it's clear that these Artemis II astronauts have undergone extensive lunar science training, including classroom instruction, fieldwork training, high-fidelity simulation, training expeditions even took place in analog environments. Training expeditions even took place in analog environments, like the Icelandic Highlands and the Kemassassin impact crater, identifying and describing geologic features under varying conditions. Additionally, here at Johnson Space Center, Orion mock-ups
Additionally, here at Johnson Space Center, Orion mock-ups
including three-dimensional space management with an inflatable three-dimensional space management with an inflatable
while on Earth, the
globe
crew
to
also
simulate the
used that
flyby.
small lunar passport
And while
that I
on
mentioned
Earth,
with
the crew also
descriptions,
used that
photos, and
small
prompts
lunar
to help them
passport that I
study the
mentioned
features
with
we hope they'll
descriptions,
see.
photos, and prompts to
Now
help
this
them
is a
study the
view from
features
their
we hope
lunar
they'll
targeting
see.
package at this
Now
time,
this is a
helping them
view from
determine
their
what
lunar
they're
targeting
seeing
package
on
at
the
this
moon,
time,
as
helping
well
them
as
determine
on the
what
left
they're
keep up
seeing
with
on
what
the
their
moon.
next
As
target
well
will
as
be.
on the left,
As you
keep
can
up
see,
with
we have
what their
got a
next
long
target
list
will
and an
be.
exciting day
As you
ahead
can
of
see, we
us.
have got a long list and an exciting day ahead of us. It's now been 4 days, 20 hours, and 53 minutes since Orion launched atop the Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida with our 4 crew members aboard.
Kennedy Space
NASA
Center in Florida with our 4 crew members aboard.
NASA astronauts
Reed
and
Wiseman,
Canadian Space
Victor
Agency
Glover,
astronaut
Christina
Jeremy
Cook,
Hansen. And Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. The Artemis II crew passed a major milestone today.
The Artemis II
when they
crew
passed
passed
the
a
Apollo
major
13
milestone
distance
today
record at 12:57
when they passed the
p.m.
Apollo
Central,
13
1:57
distance
p.m.
record at
Eastern.
12:57 p.m.
That
Central,
Apollo 13 distance
1:57 p.m.
record was
Eastern.
248,648
That Apollo 13 distance record was 55 statute miles from Earth.
248,655 statute miles from Earth.
When you look at the moon, whole moon, when you look at the moon before, but is very apparent, all the really bright, new craters, all the really bright, tiny, new craters, most of them are pretty small, super tiny. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. There's a couple that really stand out. What it really looks like is like a lampshade. What it really looks like is like a lampshade through. They're so bright compared to the rest of the moon. They're so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
We copy, Christina. Thank you. Looks like you guys might be doing it, but remind you to swap positions at the window and take your SD cards with you. We're loving everything that you're calling down, so keep it up. We're loving everything that you're calling down, so keep it up.
Again, Orion previously surpassed that Artemis.
Again,
the
Orion
Apollo 13
previously surpassed
greatest
that
distance
Artemis
from
Earth
the Apollo 13
by humans.
greatest distance 248,655
statute miles from Earth.
248,655 statute miles from Earth. And Orion now 250,294. The spacecraft is 9,033 miles away from the moon and growing ever closer. 9,033 miles away from the moon and growing ever closer. 70 miles away, and we will make sure we confirm what that distance ends up being. This is an approximation and an estimate. What that distance ends up being. This is an approximation and an estimate. To make that closest approach at 6:02 p.m. Central, 7:02 Eastern. When they are in a loss of signal, transiting behind the moon, they are in a loss of the first humans transiting behind the moon. Years to fly behind the moon and lose contact with Earth. Years to fly behind the moon. We will regain that contact about 40 minutes later as they regain that contact about 40 minutes later as they reconnect to the Deep Space Network, emerging from behind the moon, and we will look forward to seeing an Earthrise. Again, the crew is currently in their position swap portion on their timeline. This allows crew members the opportunity and the experience roles necessary during today's flyby. All roles right now necessary during today's flyby. Window have swap positions. Right now, those 2 crew members at the window have swap positions. Again, the crew at the windows swapping positions. Right now, that crew is Commander Reed Wiseman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen. Victor Glover and Christina Cook cook serve as their Dr. Glover and Christina cook serve as their Victor and Christina during those science situation reports. Those voices will change in about 30 minutes when they take those voices will taking photos and making annotations while at the window. Taking photos and making annotations while at the window.
Houston integrity. I wanted to provide an observation integrity or a little bit. I wanted to provide an observation or a little bit of descriptive nature on something that we saw on the first day we had. On something that we saw. This was when we saw the first day we had good mood views. This was when we saw more with side. Identifying Mari Embrium helped me out with when you have the western limb also in view looks completely western normal view we have of the near side. It is the normal view we have of the near side. It is the most that we had, and the western limb view that we had. And it's entire the mountain chains that form its eastern side. They actually stand out very more than they used to see even on the western side. More than the whole thing just feels like even on the western side. And the whole thing just feels like a big, large healing wound. It actually looks like a large healing wound with a high albedo forming the mountain chain. Around, I just don't think I had had enough chance to describe how striking it was on that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago. On that western limb view as we were coming in a couple days ago.
Christina, science, absolutely love that, especially since that's a feature. Science, absolutely love that, especially since that's a feature. So I'm sure tonight everyone's going to be going out and looking for evidence of that beautiful topography you just said. Thanks for looking for evidence of that beautiful topography you just said. Thanks for those words.
The view on your screen coming from Orion, a camera mounted on the spacecraft's solar array wing. A camera mounted on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Toward the right of your screen, the near side is the hemisphere we see from Earth. The near side is the hemisphere we see from Earth. Dark splotches, which are ancient lava flows. That is identifiable by those dark splotches, which are ancient lava flows.
Question and a comment. Question is it possible that we're seeing question is it possible that we're seeing your resonator, the South Pole, and the Terminator, the South Pole. The rays coming out of Ohm are less distinct. We are not seeing the rays coming out of Ohm are less distinct. We are not coming out of it, but sort of right rays that is coming out of it, change in albedo, sort of from the interior portion that is to the northeast, interior portion that is to the northeast, it's 270 degrees to the west, 270 degrees to the west interior. You got some great descriptions from the two at the window about the colors, and you got some great descriptions from the two at the window. You've got some really interesting colors, even though the rays that way. You've got some really interesting colors, even though the rays, the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the albedo almost look like rays, but it's not the rays coming out. It's the just change in that albedo.
Integrity science, that is very intriguing. Those
integrity science,
color rays coming out of Ohm rather than those
sort of albedo.
Color rays coming out of Ohm rather than
to your question,
sort of albedo.
We do not think you can see
answer to your
Schrodinger.
question,
We do not think you can see Schrodinger.
But thanks for that Ohm description.
In darkness,
sounds like the pair at the windows got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight. The pair at the windows got great descriptions that we're definitely going to dive into tonight.
Okay. If you could help me, I would still love to know what it is they're saying. If you could help me, I would still love to know what it is they're saying. What would be a lot of pictures of it? What would be close to the South Pole? Where the South Pole or close to the South Pole? Where it's intersecting the Terminator.
Yeah, Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, kind of Victor, we're assuming you're talking about, it's basically like you're looking at the Terminator down from the North Pole. It's basically like, is that 70% down from the North Pole? Is that where you're looking?
Contact, yes, that is where I'm looking. Contact, yes, that is where I'm looking.
Integrity Houston, that is an enabled caution. Integrity Houston, that is an enabled caution. We have hit our wastewater dump required. We have hit our limit. As expected, no crew action.
Copy, no crew action. Copy, no crew action.
You are...
And integrity science, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Integrity science, right, we're trying to figure out what you're looking at there. Is it portion on the Terminator, or is it in the eliminated portion next to the Terminator?
While we wait for a response from the crew, the Terminator is that difference between day and night, or brightness and darkness that you see on day and night, or brightness and darkness that you see on the moon. We see this from the International Space Station as well, looking down at Earth. We see this from the International Space Station as well, looking down at Earth.
Excuse my from integrity excuse my if you draw a line between Bluto through the center, if you draw a line between Bluto through the center from Bluto Oriental, southern another line from Oriental, the southern line would almost Oriental intersect line would almost perfectly intersect about it is essentially I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted. I'm not looking at the South Pole. I was a little twisted.
That line description was really helpful. I have eyes on the SIR right now, and they are actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly. Actively discussing lunar geography. We will be back with you shortly.
You're hearing a couple of voices today in Mission Control Houston. One of those is Dr. Kelsey Young. Mission Control Houston. One of those is Dr. Kelsey Young.
Integrity Science, we believe that's Zeeman Crater.
Oh, I floated away from the speaker. Say it again, please. Oh, I floated away from the speaker. Say it
We
again,
believe
please.
that is Zeeman Crater. We believe that is Zeeman Crater.
Zeeman. Okay, and can you say the first letter? I may be pronouncing Zeeman. What's the first letter of that word? Can you say the first letter? I may be pronouncing that wrong. What's the first letter of that word?
It's Z-E-E-M-A-N. Zulu. It's Z-E-E-M-A-N.
Copy. Thank you for that. Yes, we've got a copy of that, and thank you for that. Went back to the window just now. We've got a great view of that, and when I went back to the window just now, the view is completely changed to a new view, and is looking more into a new view, and I'm looking more into away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding ordinance. I'm actually away from the window right now, so I'm going to go try to give you some bounding ordinance of the view that we're seeing, but I've got to get back to a window in a minute.
Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one. Understood, Victor. You're defining new views of the moon in more ways than one.
Again, when you hear calls down to science or from science, that's Dr. Kelsey Young, the Artemis science or from science, that's Dr. Kelsey Young, the Artemis science flight operations lead. You also hear communications with the crew from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. She is the Capcom for today. She is a backup Artemis II crew member. She is the Capcom for today. She is a backup Artemis II crew member. Those calls from pilot Victor Glover asking about a feature he was seeing, specifically a crater on the moon. About a feature he was seeing, specifically a crater on the moon. Meanwhile, the team here in the science evaluation room was actively working together to determine what feature he was describing. Together to determine which feature he was describing. The teams at the window have continued to move through their targets. The teams at the window have continued to move through their targets, including Gamma, and we are preparing for the cabin and window teams to swap. Gamma, and we are preparing for the cabin and window teams to swap. Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles. Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen when they take on these support roles. Photographing while Christina Cook and Victor Glover are at the windows photographing and annotating. As we briefly mentioned, if you look towards the right side of the moon, essentially, this live view coming from a camera outside the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the Orion spacecraft, and if you look on the right side of the moon where you see those dark patches,
wish I had some more. I describe what I'm seeing. Wish I had some more Terminator right now. It's describe what I'm seeing, but it's the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting, it's the most rugged that I've seen it. From a lighting out there, that are completely surrounded by darkness, which indicates some real variation by darkness, which indicates some real variation. And to the north, there is a very nice double crater. It looks like the north. There is a very nice double crater. It looks like a snow. In the 5 degrees below the pole, in the 5 degrees below the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. It looks like a hole. And on the southern edge, there's almost like a hole. It looks like a hole. It's a diameter of Babylon, size, just a wall of bright, and then it goes back to the black beam of the Terminator. So there's just, it looks like it goes back to the black gigantic hole. So there's just, it looks like there's just one Babylon hole right there, east of one Babylon diameter. And as you go south, east of the not a nice smooth arc. As you go south, just jagged. There's almost not a nice smooth 110 degree turn. There's almost the shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc. The shadow as opposed to the nice smooth arc. Again, and I'm sure we'll get some photos variations. And then I'm sure we'll get some photos further to the south, further to the south. maybe halfway down to the South Pole, maybe halfway down to the South Pole. It looks like it's all up in a deep hole. Not only a very looks like it's all deep island rays pointing off to the west, two island rays that indicate to the west ridges north, and very deep canyons coming up out of high ridges. So again, just some really interesting coming out of visual. So again, just some really interesting shadows there. There's little illusions going on with the shadows there. Islands that look like beyond the Terminator, because some of the things out beyond the Terminator. Because some of the Babylon diameter into the Terminator, maybe even catching sunlight on the diameter into the Terminator, to the north and to the south. Sunlight on the peaks up to the north and to the south is very, very interesting to see.
Integrity Science, oh my gosh, that was an amazing picture you just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally just painted. I glanced over at the SIR video and I literally saw fists are things that humans are uniquely able to contribute, and you just really brought us along with you. So thanks for that. And you just really brought us along with you. So thanks for that.
That's awesome, Kelsey. Did you get a That's awesome, Kelsey. Slight change in logistics for PCD use? You on a slight change in logistics for PCD use?
Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now. Christina, this is Houston. We did not, but we will take it now.
We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. We slightly changed the PCD plan for the window observers. The two window observers, window 2 went to window 3, and the window 3 went to window 2. When they swapped, rather than window 3 went to window 2. When they swapped, rather than staying at the window PCD for all observations, the same PCD for all observations.
Copy, Christina. That makes sense to us, and good plan. Copy, Christina. We are coming up here on a cabin and window team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle team swap. Let me know when you're ready for a quick vehicle status.
As you heard, science.
Go for the vehicle system update.
As you heard, science.
Go for the vehicle system
Cody
update.
Reed, we don't have much for you. We just wanted to let you know that toilet right now is no-go for use as we stick for now predetermined limits. For now, CCU. All crew members. Otherwise, Orion is looking very good. And you have 15 minutes in this handover time where you have 15 minutes in this handover time where you the windows and you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. And you and Jeremy to be in the cabin assisting. Let us know if you have any questions.
No questions at all. They're in the swap right now. No questions at all. They're in the swap right now. The first thing just split up the docking hatch window and just what I'm going to call the marine around Oriental just looks so different. What I'm going to call the marine around Oriental just looks so different out the docking hatch right now. It's not a little darker than Grimaldi. The same cool after a little speed in the Fort Grimaldi cool after just being on the Fort close. Pictures of everything I was just describing on the Terminator. It really is pictures of everything I was just describing on the Terminator. It really is. Oriental just looks so. It looks so dynamic right now. Oriental just looks so. It looks so what I was just looking at through the Fort three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the Fort.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our saw cameras of what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. And we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had. Jenny, I wish you had solar so you could see the whole moon. Longer lenses on the solar array, so you could see the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool. Up close, but not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
Take notes. We want to zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed. Take notes. We want to zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
As the crew gets ready to switch positions from the window crew going back to the support crew and the support crew flying up to the windows, going back to the support crew, this support crew inside to the windows, Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew, Canadian Space Agency Capcom Jenny Gibbons speaking with the crew. The crew has continued to provide excellent descriptions of what they are seeing on the lunar surface. Excellent descriptions of what they are seeing on the live view actually from Orion and a camera mounted on its live view actually from Orion and a camera mounted on its solar array wing. If you look at the dark portion on the right side of the near side, those are visible from Earth. That's considered those are ancient lava flows from a time early in the moon's history. Those are ancient lava flows from a time early in the moon's history when it was volcanically active. Large crater that appears above. There's that dark large crater that appears above basin. It's about 600 miles wide. That's Orion straddles the moon's near and far side. And this mission is the first time that humans have ever been able to see this. And this mission is the first time that humans have ever been able to see this with their eyes in the daylight. Again, you hear conversation about that Terminator. You have a great view of that as well. Again, you hear that's conversation about that Terminator. You have a great view of that as well. That's the difference between light and darkness. Explaining that as a very jagged-looking Terminator. Explaining that as a very jagged-looking Terminator due to the peaks that they're seeing and the craters that they're seeing as they prepare to cross over the far side. You also heard Science Officer, Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, are truly something that only human eyes can discern. His responses are truly something that only human eyes can having humans observing the moon on this mission is being combined with humans observing the moon on this mission is being combined what we know about the moon. So part of that data comes from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO. So part of that data comes from the This orbiter provides the robotic foundation that makes Artemis II lunar science possible. The robotic foundation that makes Artemis II lunar science possible, which makes it the longest operated lunar orbiter in history, which makes it the longest operated lunar orbiter in history. Specifically to lunar science and exploration, dedicated specifically to lunar science and exploration. Artemis II lunar observations are designed to complement data like the detailed observations are designed to complement data like the detailed surface detailed high-resolution maps of the moon's surface provides those detailed high-resolution maps observations that focus on regional context and relationships between features, giving scientists a larger features, giving scientists a larger. This combination of robotic and human observations strengthens lunar science. LRO delivers precise and repeatable measurements over long periods of time, while the Artemis II crew contributes over real-time visual descriptions and context that real-time visual descriptions and context that robotic instruments alone cannot provide. Preparing for this mission is to compare the difference in looking at the moon with your own eyes on Earth and trying to take a picture with a camera. The camera truly never does it justice, and it's much easier to describe. The camera truly never does it justice with your own eyes to describe and perceive what you're seeing with your own eyes than to take a photo. Rapidly scan wide areas and adjust their focus in real time, as well as describe relationships between features, as well as describe relationships between features multiple times under changing lighting conditions during the flyby, multiple times under changing lighting conditions during the flyby, and provide perspectives that would take Artemis II missions to accumulate. Also attempting to observe some of the same lunar features, also attempting to observe some of the collecting this data simultaneously highlights how different instruments and data simultaneously highlights how different instruments and human eyes provide LRO plays a direct role in preparing for future Artemis missions. Data plays a direct role in preparing for future Artemis missions. Composition, radiation, and landing conditions
surface
are
temperature,
used to assess
composition,
hazards,
radiation, and lighting conditions
are used to assess hazards,
resources
such as water ice near the lunar south
potential
pole.
resources such as water
This
ice near
mission,
the lunar
Artemis
south
II,
pole, represents the point where years
This
of robotic
mission, Artemis
preparation
II,
represents the point where
human
years
exploration
of
for the
robotic
first
preparation
time in the Artemis
are paired
era.
with human exploration
together,
for the first
LRO,
time in the
Lunar
Artemis
Reconnaissance
era.
Orbiter,
and
so
Artemis
together,
II are
LRO,
demonstrating how
the Lunar
NASA moves
Reconnaissance
from
Orbiter,
mapping
and
the
Artemis
moon
II are
robotically
demonstrating
to
how NASA
exploring it
moves
with
from
humans.
mapping
We are
the moon
laying the
robotically
groundwork
to
for future
exploring
Artemis
it with
missions and
humans.
sustained
We are laying the
lunar
groundwork for future
operations.
Artemis missions and sustained lunar operations.
A check-in with Orion. We are now 4
A
days,
check-in
21
with
minutes.
Orion. We
4
are
days,
now
21 hours,
4 days,
and 22
21
minutes
into the
4
flight
days,
of
21
Artemis
hours,
2,
and 22
our crew
minutes
aboard the Orion
into the flight
spacecraft.
of Artemis II.
We are now
Our crew aboard the Orion
8,153
spacecraft.
miles
We are
away
now
from the moon,
8,153 miles away from the moon,
250,742
Spacecraft is traveling at
miles
1,030
away from Earth.
miles per hour.
Spacecraft is traveling at 1,030 miles per hour.
Hey, Houston, the professional update here is now the professional C2, that is where Victor is now, and C2, that is where Victor is, and the seat 1 with the long lens, and we're just linking ourselves over seat 1 with the long lens, and we'll view ourselves over. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now. It's a cool view in the cabin. It's actually a cool view to be off the camera now. I was looking at post and roommates and getting up to their observation post and looking in. It's super fun.
Copy, I'll read, we like it. Copy, I'll read, we like it.
As we heard confirmation from NASA astronaut and
As we
commander
heard
of Artemis II,
confirmation
Reed Wiseman,
from
they are
NASA
now
astronaut
switching
and commander of
positions.
Artemis II, Reed Wiseman.
They are now switching
and the
positions
observation teams.
of the support
So
teams
initially,
and the
Reed
observation
Wiseman
teams.
and Jeremy Hansen were at Windows 2
So initially,
and
Reed
3
Wiseman
in the
and
Orion
Jeremy
spacecraft,
Hansen were
taking
at
photos
Windows
and
2
making
and
annotations
3
in
the
their
Orion
PCDs,
spacecraft,
taking
portable
photos and making
computing
annotations
devices.
in their PCDs, portable
They were
computing
also
devices.
giving audible
They were
descriptions
also
into their
giving
PCDs,
audible
wearing headsets with
descriptions,
microphones and
providing
into their
recordings that the
PCDs,
science
wearing
team
headsets with
will be able
microphones
to
and
listen
providing
to
recordings that the
later.
science team will
We
be
were
able
hearing
to
from
listen
NASA
to
astronauts
later.
Christina Cook and Victor Glover
We were
as they
hearing
made
from NASA
observations
astronauts
as part
Christina
of
Cook
the
and Victor
support
Glover
team.
as they made observations as part of the support team. Now, as these teams are swapping, we anticipate hearing more from.
Now, as these teams are swapping,
Reed
we
and
anticipate
Jeremy as they'll
hearing
be on the
more
support
from,
team,
while Victor and
Reed
Christina
and
will be
Jeremy
at
as they'll
the
be on on the support team, taking photos, while Victor and Christina will be at the windows, taking photos and making annotations.
And Jenny for the science team, if they can mark this time. And Jenny for the science team, if they can mark this time. 4 to block out the ambient light from 4 to block out the ambient light from bright data. It'll be interesting to see if this is from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker from me and Jeremy with that window blocked. It's a lot darker in the cabin now.
Copy, read, we're taking note, and we'd be curious too. Copy, read, we're taking note, and we'd be curious too.
We are live in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby in the Artemis mission control room during the lunar flyby to fly by Artemis in over 50 years. The first humans to fly by the moon 4 days, 21 hours and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket, 21 hours and 30 minutes ago atop the SLS rocket Space Launch System rocket from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Our 4 crew members inside the spacecraft are transitioning their positions. The cabin and window teams have swapped positions. The cabin and window teams currently have swapped. At the window, we have Victor Glover and Christina currently Cook, at the window, astronauts. We have Victor Glover and Christina Cook, NASA astronauts, and Jeremy Hansen. And serving as support, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. For our crews at the window, they are using handheld Nikons with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens with an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. On each of the solar arrays on Orion, and that's where this view is coming from right now. We have an interior camera of the crew as well, but they have dimmed the cabin lights. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see. They've actually turned off the cabin lights to allow them to better see. Helps prevent any reflections from lights inside the spacecraft, reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the spacecraft, reflecting onto the windows while they are photographing the moon. We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. We talked a little bit about the views and the cameras being used on the Orion spacecraft. Each solar and again, we do have GoPros on the tip of each solar array limited because having the crew on board is a little bit limited because having a crew on board that includes their environmental control and life support system. That includes their environmental control and life support system view that you see coming down from the spacecraft. And so this view that you see coming down from the spacecraft with the other. We do rely on sharing some of that with the other. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety. This helps the team monitor all systems aboard the spacecraft and ensure the safety of our astronauts.
We are standing by for a situation report from the crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. The crew aboard the spacecraft. They've been imaging the whole moon. That would be Victor Glover and Christina Cook, and so being it's their first time, Victor Glover and Christina Cook up to the window positions, they have a chance to orient themselves up to the window positions, describe and take pictures of any color or albedo variations across the surface. Take pictures of any color reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness. Reminder, albedo is the brightness or reflectiveness.
Integrity Science for a science sit rep when you're ready.
Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now. Houston Integrity, we have no external view of the moon right now. So we have remember, so window 3 doing the observations that we have in window 2 with the long observations, and Christina in window 2 with the long lens.
Integrity, we copy. Are the shrouds still on Windows 1 and 4? Are the shrouds still on Windows 1 and 4? Trying to get a view through one of those windows? So, would you consider trying to get a view through one of those windows?
We cannot take the shroud off of 4 because we cannot take the shroud off of 4 because the Earth is too red. I can get a grazing glimmer out I can get a grazing window. I can see the Oriental South down to the South Pole. I can see Oriental South down to the South Pole. And just a long trenches that comes out along, when you come on the north side of Oriental, when you come on the north side of Oriental, coming out the southern half of the Oriental, coming out the southern half large Oriental, they look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes down. Look like gorges. They're almost like rain when it comes down into the desert. Kind of what it looks like. Also, into the desert. Kind of what it looks like. Also, Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I Burgess Alpha is extremely bright. It's the brightest thing that I darkest, which is heading off to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see it to the Terminator. It's almost impossible now to see it. See the crater rays from home. I can just barely see the crater rays from home. I would say for albedo right now. I would go back to albedo right now. I would go back to still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner. Is still extremely dark, especially in that southwest corner ring of Oriental. They reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental. Reach that same level of darkness, especially the rings of Oriental. The south same level says from Audi. Just really dark areas of a few other, just really dark areas of that same darker albedo. I'm sorry, Marty there, and is have that same darker albedo. Burgess Alpha is the brightest, and Gramati is the Burgess Alpha is the brightest, and Gramati is the darkest.
Integrity Science, that was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for Integrity Science. That was a great description. Thank you, and thanks for the docking window geometry to give us that description. Any comments before you go on the annular ring in Oriental?
The annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like the annular ring, which I think everybody kind of describes as like here circular nature. The north side of the moon for here is wider. The north to the southern part of it is much wider, darker. The southern part is very neat, much lighter. It is very neat, far more circular than I remember it looking. Far more circular than I remember it looking. The northern side of the annular ring is the same. The hatch window as the center of the stocking hatch window as the center Oriental. Not quite as dark as Gramati, but it is probably only because lunar Regulus is. It is probably only because dust and lunar Regulus has kind of impacted over time.
Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have Reed, that's exactly what we were looking for. Thanks so much. You have heart hands coming out of the sir.
Say that again. Kelsey. Say that again,
Just
Kelsey.
saying that the sir was really excited about that. That annular ring was something we were really excited about. That annular ring was something we were really eager to hear about. So thanks.
Yep, you bet. And now Victor and Christina are moving on to Oriental. I got now Victor situated over there a little bit late. I got them situated over there a little bit late.
That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman now providing a science sit rep. That was NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman now providing a science sit rep Windows. He is away from the working as the support person along with Jeremy Hansen working in the spacecraft person along with Jeremy and Christina Cook are now at Windows 2 and 3. Victor Glover and Christina Cook are now at Windows 2 and 3 able to photograph the moon. Christina and Victor are also providing recorded information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, information to their portable computing devices, that's their PCDs, at a later time. And the science team will have access to that and compile all of this data to help further our understanding of the moon. All of this data. One of the items you heard mentioned was Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting Oriental Basin. This has been a very exciting for the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental as well as the crew. They have all been very excited about seeing Oriental. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. It is known as the Grand Canyon of the Moon, as we discussed earlier. From the pictures, the science team is hoping that the crew will take centered images of the entire basin and surrounding craters in a single frame, but also use those 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lenses to create a mosaic entire basin. To create a mosaic entire basin. With their unaided eyes, the science team is hoping the crew will describe southern dark annular ring, as well as any color, albedo, texture, or topography across the Mare patches and ring mountains. Topography across the Mare patches and ring mountains. The observations will be used to study the geologic evolution of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation of the youngest lunar basin and to inform formation hypotheses for the annular ring. And again, another fun fact about Oriental is the diameter is the same distance between Johnson Space Center, where we are today, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st, and Kennedy Space Center, where the crew launched on April 1st. This live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission, now 7,373 miles away from the moon, 7,373 miles away from the moon, 251,130 miles from Earth. Again, the Artemis II crew passed the Apollo 13 record. The Artemis II crew farthest from the Earth Apollo 13 today at 12:57 p.m. Central Time. Today at 12:57 p.m. Central Time. 1:57 p.m. Eastern Time. That distance set by Apollo 13 was 248,655 miles. We clearly passed that and we expect to pass that by about 4,105 miles. That will be when the spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. The spacecraft reaches its farthest distance from the Earth. It could be around 252,760 miles in our targets. But again, these are make sure to report approximations and our targets once we have them. We will make sure to report back the final numbers once we have them. We have some refined times of when we expect to. We have some refined times set when we expect Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be Earth behind the moon while Orion flies behind the moon. That would be Eastern. About 5:41 p.m. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon. The spacecraft would make its closest approach to the moon. That would be about 4,066 miles. That would be about 4,066 p.m. Central. And then at 6:02 will reach its farthest distance from the Earth. And we anticipate that will be about 252,700. We anticipate that will be about 252,711 miles farther than Apollo 13. 4,111 miles again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time. Earth rise again at 6:21 p.m. Central Time. Regain communications with the crew. A few minutes later, regain communications with the crew. Currently aboard Orion are the two team members conducting lunar flyby observations, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon, meaning they are using the Nikon cameras to photograph the moon device, and their PCD or the portable computing device. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew. They are both recording information that will be downlinked to the science crew. And tomorrow morning, the science team will have the team while the information is so fresh. Conference with the team while the information is so fresh. Observations and their data collection. About their observations and their data collection. Otherwise, most of tomorrow, Flight Day 7 is considered an off day. We are on flight day 6 of the Artemis II mission. The first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly. The first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly. Science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. Science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. If you're just joining us, the crew is well into their lunar flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon. Flyby observations, and we anticipate that we will hear from them soon. A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science. A few times every hour, they are slated to call down with science from Commander Reed Wiseman. We most recently had one from Commander Reed Wiseman. He and Jeremy Hansen, mission specialist, were first at the windows today to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing, to photograph and make annotations of what they were seeing. From Victor Glover and Christina Cook earlier in the day during those first blocks. But now that Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are on the support side, they are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows are the ones calling down what they are seeing from windows 1 and 4. Bright in window 4. Earlier we heard that the Earth is temporarily cover it with a t-shirt. They have had to temporarily cover it with a t-shirt. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so things don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence don't really apply. So the lunar surface retains evidence that scientists can study today. And studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved. Helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, and how the sun-shaped conditions across the inner solar system, and how the sun-shaped conditions across the inner solar system platform. The moon for studying the broader universe as a unique platform. Artemis science is designed around questions best answered by humans. Artemis science is designed around robotic systems best answered by humans, working alongside robotic systems, real-time judgment, context, and adaptability that only humans can provide. And adaptability that only humans serving as a proving ground for lunar science operations, which allows NASA to test how scientists plan executed and supported to test how scientists plan space mission executed and supported during a crewed deep space mission ahead of our future Artemis flights.
Integrity, time for a window team position swap. Time for a window team position swap. If you've not done so already, and remember your SD card for the camera. If you've not done so already, and remember your SD card for the camera.
We're in the swap right now. They're wrapping up their last comments, and they'll switch over and change guards from the long ones. And they'll switch over and change guards from the long ones.
Copy. Copy.
As you heard in that call, it is now time for the team members at the window to swap positions. It is now time for the team members at the window to swap positions. That means Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be switching roles. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be switching roles. One of them has been photographing the moon with a Nikon, while the other was making annotations on their portable computing device. While the other was making annotations on their portable computing device. And both are recording audio that the science team will be able to listen to. We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect. We are now 2 hours and 10 minutes until we expect spacecraft as they fly behind the moon. With the spacecraft as they fly behind the moon. And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. And the next target for the crew is considered a crew choice event. Any regions or patterns or features that interest them. Focus on any regions or patterns or features that interest them. The science team has asked the crew to capture pictures that illustrate their choice, as well as to capture pictures that illustrate and to describe why those certain features or regions caught their eye. Why those certain features or regions caught their eye. Those recordings are part of what are being saved on their PCDs. Those recordings are part of what that will be saved on their science team for analysis. Computing device that will be sent to the science team for analysis. The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for this crew choice event. The crew has been allotted 8 minutes for a scheduled crew choice event situation report. So we expect to hear them calling down situation report soon. So we expect to hear them calling down what they are seeing soon. Something that the crew or that the science team has used to help prepare the crew is a cue card. The science team has used to help prepare the feature ID if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a feature ID, if they happen to know the type or name, and if it is a target, they do not need to. Situation when they have a crew choice, it may or may not be a target. They do not need to. They want to know the location and the observation style. They want to know the location and the observation style. They've also asked for the geometry of what's being captured. The size, shape, for the geometry of what's being captured. As well as the color and shadow, so the color tone, preservation, as well as the color and shadow, so the color tone, and any shadows or illumination. Reflection or brightness. Next, they're interested in any shadows or illumination. That includes they're interested in structures and textures, of course, and geologic relations, structures and textures, of course, and other geologic relations, any contact association to other features, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, or interpretations, and of course, their thoughts, impressions, they are interested even in emotions and excitement. They are interested even in emotions and excitement that the crew may be having. This flyby day has been practiced in many ways, even in this flyby day here in Mission Control Houston, even in Sims here in Mission Control. The team also conducted some field work, learning how to look for specific geologic features, learning how to look for specific geologic features. Globe, and the science team photographed a large determine which features they would be targeting, determine how to look at which features they would be targeting and how to look at those. We have a few more minutes that the crew would be photographing their crew choice. We have a few more minutes that the crew would be photographing their crew choice. Again, this is NASA astronauts Victor Glover. They will then move on to another discussion portion. They will then move on to another discussion portion. This is for the far side albedo, that reflectiveness. We heard earlier about some color that's seen on the moon, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing, which is very interesting, especially here from Earth, where we are just seeing black at some points. Grays. And when they get into that black discussion for far side albedo, when they get into that discussion for far side looking to know how that the color and albedo looking to know how that what those variations look like across the far side. What those variations look like across the far side. On the right side of your screen, the science evaluation room, or on the right side of your screen, the science evaluation room, time at what the crew is seeing. Team members even earlier were real time at what the crew is seeing, and even earlier were.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Okay, the crew has swapped positions. They're in their crew choice. That crew has swap positions. They're in their both of them for a little bit. Element. They're really enjoying both of them for a little bit. Both decided to pick the Terminator. They're really enjoying. They're spending a lot of time looking at the Terminator. They're spending a lot of time about the resolution that they can see. Just talking about the resolution that they can see in the various interesting craters and the various excavations. Interesting that they can see unique excavations that they can see. So Victor's on the long lens and Christina. So Victor's on the long lens and Christina. And I'm sneaking a look. Just looking out the window. T-shirt window. And I'm sneaking a look. It looks like t-shirt window. I don't have the best angle here. It looks like Aristarchus. I don't have the best angle here, but it looks on the limb of the moon now. It's amazing how the limb of the moon is as we speed around the far side of the moon, as we speed around the far side of the moon, and stuff that's leaving our field of view. We have a lot of the dark side of the moon that, now we have a lot of the dark side of the moon, but it's, it would be in view if it was lit for us right now, but it would be in view if it was lit at all.
Jeremy, Science, thanks for that sit rep. Do have a question. Science, thanks for that. A few times we've heard you and the other crew. A few times we've heard you and during the other crew describe. Would be interested in future descriptions of course of your flyby. Would be interested in future descriptions of changing. Thanks for the great sit rep. Verbosity about how it's changing. Thanks for the great sit rep.
Yeah, Kelsey, sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. Kelsey, sounds good. We are definitely keeping an eye on that. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window. The moon is so bright when you come back to the window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. T-shirt window, and it's just overwhelming brightness. And I won't be able to give you great observations from this window, but I will talk about something that observations from this window. I will talk about something that I was talking about in my recordings earlier, which was we've been talking about some shades, see the dark in the lake, so we have the, and then we talked about the dark in the lake colors, brownish hue, we talked about greenish hue colors, brownish hue, I'll tell you greenish hue now. I'll tell you right now, the plateau is hard for me to see from this window. The plateau is hard for me to see from this window. I didn't see anything like that anywhere else on this side of the moon. I didn't see anything like that. I see a lot of these what I would call brownish hue areas. I see a lot of these what I would call brownish hue areas. There's a number, for example, in the northwest corner of the highlands. For example, in the northwest corner of the highlands, the brownish hue is caused by the brownish hue is caused by highlands material. We obviously see the ray areas as a lighter albedo, and then we obviously see the rays where there's a lighter albedo. The deposit would be between the rays where there's what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that as what it looks like is causing the brown to me. So I saw that in the northwest, or sorry, the side of Aristarchus, or sorry, northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands, northwest side of the highlands. I saw it in the highlands to the east of Glushko, brownish hues, west of Oriental, brownish hues, and west of Oriental there on one note, and that's a huge region of contact, kind of like on one note, but that's a huge region, kind of like the point of the pie pointing at Oriental, and then going up the point of the pie pointing at Oriental, the northern side towards the northern side. That is an area that just looks like a different, and that is an area that just looks like a different, that brownish albedo.
That was fantastic, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, Jeremy. We had heard rumors of the green and brown hues, and so you really understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other. Understand they likely didn't have any contact with each other the way that you described them. And then last thing, I'll make the same offer we made to Victor earlier. Last thing, if it will be helpful for us to verbalize any target, so if it will be helpful for us to keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know, and keep your eyes adjusted to the moon, please let us know.
If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up. If you got something you want us to look at, Kelsey, you can send it on up.
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering
Definitely not looking to interrupt your flow, Reed and Jeremy, only offering
assistance if you guys want to keep your eyes off of the PCDs.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying, okay. Not really science related, and we definitely learned this at Apollo, but it's not really science related, and we definitely learned this at Apollo, but no, it's the thing that is just most fascinating, I think, to me, as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at as rugged as the far side looks, when you look at the tall and home, it's rugged, impossibly rugged, and it reminds you that the whole far side is that way, and just the reminds you that the whole far side is that way, and hills and the valleys really big, it's unbelievable, it's like no surface of the it's unbelievable, it's like no surface of the Terminator, it is very impressive to look at that, and you realize it's just true across the whole front, to look at that, and you realize that is true across the whole front side, you just can't see it due to sun illumination right now.
Reed, Houston copies, and we were commenting on the same thing, even from our view. Copies, and we were commenting on the same thing, even from our view. And the Terminator, so much texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that texture in there that we're just not used to seeing. So thanks for sharing that with us.
There's also, I don't know the name of it, coming out, there's also southwest of Oriental, right on southwest of Oriental, right on the southern Terminator. It's just a massive look on the solar anyway, maybe on Tommy, it's right on the southernmost solar you see on Tommy, it's right, it's the southernmost area you see on the Terminator right now.
We're looking for you. We're looking for you. We're loving that picture. Thanks for showing us. And Reed, we're loving that picture. Thanks for showing us. Question. And Reed, as an answer to your last question, we believe that the sir agrees with that. Chebyshev crater. And the sir agrees with that.
Okay, that picture I was just showing you is an 8X iPhone. Okay, that picture I was just showing you is an 8X iPhone out the docking hatch for the high grazing angle. It's just amazing.
We love it. Thank you. We love it. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Mission
This
elapsed
is Artemis
time, 4
Mission
days,
Control in
22
Houston,
hours,
Texas.
12 minutes into the
Mission
flight of
elapsed time,
Orion.
4 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes into the flight of Orion. This is lunar flyby day for the crew aboard the spacecraft.
This is lunar
Reed Wiseman,
flyby
Victor
day
Glover,
for the crew
Christina
aboard the
Cook, and
spacecraft.
Jeremy Hansen
Reed
are
Wiseman,
now
Victor
the
Glover,
farthest
Christina
people
Cook,
to have
and
ever
Jeremy
traveled
Hansen
from
are
Earth.
now
The farthest people to have ever traveled from Earth. This a live view from inside the spacecraft. They have turned off the lights.
This a live view
so they're
from
able
inside
to see
the
spacecraft. They have
and
turned off the
photograph the
lights
moon better
so
with
they're
no
able to
reflections
see
from
outside.
inside and
And for a
photograph
very
the moon
brief
better with
moment
no
there,
reflections from inside.
and for a very brief moment there,
It's helpful to see what you're seeing. iPhone views. It's helpful to see what you're seeing.
we very briefly saw NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman showing a picture he took on his phone showing a picture he took on his phone of the moon. We do expect to get all of the photos that the crew is taking today. We do expect to get all of the photos that the crew is taking today, and we cannot wait to share some of those just to see one quick shot pretty cool from what the crew is seeing. In the meantime, just to see one quick shot from what the crew is seeing. And this view from outside the spacecraft on Orion's solar array wing. Orion is now 6,643 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles. Again, their closest approach will be about 4,066 miles. The best comparison is if you held a basketball at arm's length. The best comparison is if you held to the Artemis II crew at their closest approach. That's about what it would look like to the Artemis II crew at their closest approach. This view showing camera coming from Orion at the very top, continuing their flyby of Orion. We have three more flyby observation blocks after the completion of this one. After the completion of this one. Down on the bottom left of your screen, that's the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, where team members are continuing to work through all of the targets that the crew is photographing today, and they've helped identify some of the photographing today, and they've helped identify some of the items that the crew has seen on the moon's surface. Items that down on the right is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston. Those two rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other. Those two rooms down at the bottom are just down the hall from each other. And we are just a few minutes away from the next cabin and window team swap. That means Victor and Christina, who have been at the windows, the background essentially, and their cabin for the background essentially, and Jeremy. Jeremy will move back up to the windows. Reed and Jeremy will move back up to the windows. The crew is continuing their discussion portion of the flyby and the lunar targeting package, where it says far side albedo in the lunar targeting package. They are looking at far side albedo, looking to get a good understanding of what the crew can see on the far side, looking to get a good understanding of what the crew can see as well as any far side at this point. We did hear earlier its brightness as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen reporting that they could even see browns and even greens on the moon. And in just a couple of minutes, looking forward to seeing those photos. The teams will swap and in just a couple of minutes to the window. The teams will swap from the cabin to the window. Another rundown of just how this flyby is choreographed inside the spacecraft today. So these activities are choreographed inside the spacecraft today. So these activities have been timelined, and there are these 5 blocks of time observing the moon from Orion's windows. Now we are just going to be observing the end of the second block, and we will start the third coming up on the end of the second block, and we will start the third. So at any time during those blocks, 2 members are at the windows working in a pair. One is taking photos. 2 members are at the windows working in a pair. One is taking photos from window to help prevent any reflections from inside the spacecraft. They are also using an 80 to 400 spacecraft zoom lens. They are also using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, using their portable computing device to make annotations. Now again, both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing, and we are not hearing audio recordings of what they are going to be downlinked later to the science team, who will going to be evaluate them later to the science team, who will evaluate them and use that data to inform our understanding. Those 2 crew members at the windows swap roles. Those 2 crew members at the windows swap roles.
It is time for another swap between the cabin and the window team. Swap between the cabin and the window of handover time, and then we will expect. We have 15 minutes of handover time, and then we will expect Christina and Victor, Jeremy and Reed at the windows, and Christina and Victor at the cabin. New vehicle updates for you. I have no, but I do have new photo locations for you for some photos. But I do have a photo location, and I want to let you know that for some photos. Family have arrived in the viewing gallery. And I want to let you know that Jeremy's family have arrived in the viewing gallery.
Okay, Jenny, we copied most of that. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location. The only thing we're missing is what you meant about the photo location. Hello to my family. I think there must be Catherine and Devin that are there. Hello to my family. I think there must be Catherine and Devin that are there. Room. I'm glad. And we copied room. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in. The A team's coming out of the windows and the B team's going in.
Okay, copy. All I meant to pass for Victor's PCD is that there are some leaked load photos. PCD is that there are some that are now in his favorite photos folder. There were requested that are now in his favorite we have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave. You're exactly right. We have Catherine and Devin here. They give you a big wave, and they're super excited and happy to see part of what you're seeing.
Okay, copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD. Copy, Jenny. We're not sure what we're looking for in the PCD, but we're going to poke around and we may be calling you back about that one.
That's no problem, and it's unrelated to flyby. All right, that's no problem, and it's unrelated to flyby.
This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston,
This
Texas.
is Artemis Mission
and as you
Control
just heard,
here at
Johnson
Capcom
Space Center
or
in
Capsule
Houston,
Communicator
Texas.
Jenny
And as you
Gibbons,
just heard,
Canadian Space
Capcom or
Agency
Capsule
astronaut
Communicator
Artemis
Jenny
2
Gibbons,
backup Canadian Space
relaying
Agency
to the teams
astronaut
in
in
Artemis
Orion
2
that
crew
it is
backup,
time for a
relaying
swap
to the
from the
teams
cabin
in
to the
Orion
window
that
teams.
it is time for a swap from the cabin to the window
We're now
teams.
at the tail end of the second lunar flyby observation block. Again, we have 5 of these today.
Flyby observation block. Again,
Most
we
recently,
have 5
Victor
of these
Glover and
today.
Christina Cook were at the windows.
Most recently, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were at the windows.
Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen were in the cabin providing support. Whether and Jeremy Hansen were in the cabin providing support, whether that is as calling down any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon, any situation reports for what they are seeing on the moon, or anything about
with
the
that
vehicle
call
status.
to make the swap, Reed and Jeremy will be back at the windows.
With that call to
making
make the swap,
observations
Reed and
for
Jeremy
what
will
they
be
see
back at the
windows
windows and taking
making
photos.
observations for what they see at the moon and taking photos. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Artemis 2. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's Artemis 2.
The moon and the Earth. It's really awesome up here. We now have simultaneously, and the moon is a given simultaneously. The moon is a given, and I'm guessing in about 45 minutes we'll have two identical crescents as we change our position. We'll have two identical crescents as we change our position in the universe.
That is pretty darn cool. Thank you. That is pretty darn cool. Thank you.
That's the Artemis 2 crew, the first astronauts to fly by the moon in more than 50
Artemis 2
years,
crew, the first
reporting that when
astronauts
they
to
look
fly
out
by
of
the
window
moon in more
3,
than 50 years,
one window,
reporting
they're able
that
to
when
see
they look out of
both
window
the
3
Earth and the moon
one
at
window,
the same
they're
time
able to
now.
see.
Now, obviously, our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon. Our view is from a camera on the solar array wing pointed at the moon. We hope to see that view of both the Earth and the moon soon. Some upcoming times for what you can expect in about an hour and 40 minutes. We will have you can expect, and during that time we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon. During that time we will have a view of Earth going behind the moon. Just a few minutes later, we will lose signal with the Orion spacecraft. Just a few minutes later, we will lose signal as it is going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Going behind the moon and out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Will make its closest approach to the moon at a distance of about 4,066 miles. At a distance of about 4,066 miles. The spacecraft will reach its farthest distance from Earth at about 252 distance from Earth at about 2,000 252,755 miles. These are approximate, and we will make sure to provide you with the final distances. And we will make sure to provide you with the final distances. p.m. Once those are confirmed. Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft. We will have Earthrise from the Orion spacecraft until 6:25 communications with the spacecraft until 6:25 signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon. Signal with them after they've emerged from behind the moon. Again, you're watching live coverage of NASA's lunar flyby. You're watching live coverage of NASA's crew to fly beyond the moon over the Artemis II mission. First crew to fly beyond the moon in over 50 years. Switching positions. Two at the windows and two serving in switching positions. Two at the windows and two serving in timelined flyby observation for today. Their third timelined flyby observation for today. We've heard great calls from the crew so far describing what they're seeing. We've heard great calls all well trained by the science team here on the ground. All well trained by the science team here on the ground. Another major milestone for the crew today will be no one on Earth will experience this solar capsule. No one on Earth will experience this solar eclipse. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth. To the astronauts, this will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon if you're standing on Earth and looking at a solar eclipse, the moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky. The moon and the sun appear to be about the same size in the sky. As the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun, as the moon begins to cover and then uncover the sun, that's before and after totality. And during that time frame, they will have to wear eclipse glasses. And during that time frame, they will have to wear eclipse glasses. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona. They also intend to capture images of the sun's corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras. Corona that will only be captured by the astronauts' cameras. During the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will see. During the eclipse, we also look forward to the crew members describing what they will see, which includes and potentially even like the shape and size of the corona, and potentially even lunar dust. At the same time, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and Mercury will be near the sun, so they may be able to identify what part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future artists astronauts on what part of the sky they're seeing, which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when they which is useful knowledge in challenging situations when navigation and orientation information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. That eclipse window will last about an hour, and it'll happen near the end of the day today, closer to near the end of the day today, closer to 7:35 p.m. Central, 8:35 Eastern. As you can see in this live view from Orion, the spacecraft is maneuvering around the moon, and the views of the spacecraft is maneuvering around the moon, and the views of the moon have changed since we started our broadcast. The near side is now very far to the right side of your screen. This is the side that we can see from Earth. Your darkened portion. This is the side that we can see from Earth. That darkened portion are ancient lava flows. The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is Oriental. The crater down towards the bottom of the moon is crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes. Crater that was previously never seen before by human eyes until this mission. Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side. Everything to the left of Oriental is considered the far side from Earth. And this is what we typically do not see from Earth. Just a reminder about this view. This is coming from a GoPro camera. Just a reminder about this view. This is coming from a GoPro camera mounted on the tip of one of Orion's four solar arrays. And each solar array has a camera mounted due to we have a crew on board. The bandwidth this is our first flight of crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. This is our first flight. We have to have an environmental control and life support system. Having a crew means we have to have an environmental control and life support system. There's a lot of data around. A lot of data to bring down for the crew members. To keep us up to date on everything happening for the crew members, to keep us up to date on everything happening when it comes to imagery and data. So we have to share our bandwidth when it comes to imagery and data. Inside the Orion spacecraft, the astronauts have completed their cabin and astronauts have completed we have moved into the next block of lunar flyby observations. Meaning we have moved into the next block of lunar flyby observations. Back at the windows, taking photos and Reed Wiseman are now back about halfway through this block, photos and making annotations at the windows. About halfway through this block, by the ground to do so at the windows, and will be prompted by the ground to do so.
Houston integrity for SITREP. Houston integrity for SITREP. The experience that I had during my observation time that I had during my observation time. We definitely noted how much more you can see with the zoom lens. We definitely noted even though we have a green visible eye image, even though we have a green visible eye image, there's just a lot of you when you can zoom in. So almost as using it like a telescope out at you when you can zoom in. So almost we really enjoyed our telescope time. That was great innovation on the lunar. We really enjoyed our plan. We were both able to describe lunar targeting a lot more. We were both able to describe when we were talking to each other. And it was also when we were talking to each other, sort of were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. Were able to bounce ideas off of each other and come to new conclusions. We had, I think, a very good color area through of the mare between the highlights. color areas. And we identified some really unique and highlands areas, and we identified some really unique at one point areas as well. Images at one point time in Windows 3. Images just had an overwhelming time in Windows 3. I just had an overwhelming. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. Just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. Suddenly, to the linear landscape, and it became real. Suddenly, and the truth is, the moon really is. It became real. And the truth is, the moon really is in the universe. Its own, not just a poster in the sky that goes by in the universe. It is a real place in the sky that goes by. It is a real place, and we compare it to our home of the earth. It just reminds us, and we compare how much we have in common. It just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we somewhat of a miracle, and that one that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective. One that you can't truly know until you've had the perspective. And I'll switch into some logistics stuff. The call tours, both batteries stopped providing the active listening, but we stopped providing the recording listening, so we're able to have discussion time still recording here, so we're able to have recording by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. Our recording by just moving the ear cup off of the ear. And we've been able to find all our targets. Everything's working well technically, and we've been able to find all our targets, and we're having a really great time.
Thanks, Christina. We copy those logistics for the tour tours. We copy those. Also, thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description. And also, thanks for bringing us into the cabin with you with that description.
Right on time. NASA astronaut Christina Cook, a mission specialist for Artemis II, calling down a science mission specialist for Artemis II, calling down a science. Good news, reporting that she and her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed. Her teammates have been able to capture all targets that were listed. Christina also gave a vibrant description of just how it feels to be there and to see the moon up close, and not just something passing in our night sky up close, and not just something passing in our night sky. Currently, the team members at the window are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen.
Integrity cabin team for window shroud. Integrity cabin team for window shroud.
We're listening. Go ahead, Jenny. We're listening. Go ahead,
Victor,
Jenny.
we have a temperature constraint on the windows.
Hey, Victor, we have a temperature constraint on the windows,
getting us close, so we just want to check on the state of window. So we just want to check whether you believe it's still necessary because maybe things have changed with our viewing, and if so, we would like to request with our viewing, have the shroud removed. And if so, we would like to request to have the shroud removed.
Houston, we believe it is necessary. We pulled it off just as a corner. Houston, we believe it is necessary. It definitely would affect just as a corner our night vision. Right. It definitely would affect maybe comfort our night vision. But if is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by? But if is there a time? Can you tell us when we would have to take it off by?
Unfortunately, since it's been on for a while, we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we are going to have to request that the shroud is removed, and we can create a bit of distance between the window and whatever is covering it, something like a window and whatever is covering it, something like a T-shirt would do the trick and help.
Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks. Okay, we're removing the shroud, and we'll make it work. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We know it's pretty bright in there now with that window uncovered. We will also offer that airflow on the window would be helpful. So if you want, you can also retrieve the condensation hose, which should be friction fit onto one of the diffusers, and that on the window would also help.
Easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that. And easily point a diffuser at the window, so we're going to start with that. And it's pointing at the window now.
Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated. Okay, we'll take that, Victor. Thank you. Please keep us updated.
That call from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis II crew backup Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis II crew, letting them know that they will need to remove the window shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud they had placed on window 4. They initially placed that shroud there to block coming in the cabin and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities and interfering with some of their viewing opportunities out at the moon. This was a request from ground teams to ensure that they are protecting other systems, from ground teams, and the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window. And the crew has been offered the opportunity to use something else to cover the window. Meanwhile, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen continue with their lunar flyby observations. They continue with their lunar flyby observations. That's about when we heard that call down from Christina Cook with that description of everything she had been seeing during her description of everything she had been seeing observation period and what she was seeing at that time. Her observation period and what she was seeing at that time. The science team asked this crew to take centered images of the entire crater and their ray system in one frame. They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent. They're also interested in knowing the brightness, texture, and extent of the area rays and how they differ in the mare or that sea area versus the highlands. Glushko is considered a young lunar crater, and these observations can help understand material properties of those craters. Can help understand material properties of those craters.
Science, integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said. I wanted to start off with look out the window. What Christina said that it was very important to look out the window. Sequence has started looking out the window and moved sequences long looking out the window was hard to see. And moved long lived. It was hard to see because I was looking where Christina went and I was walking around down there on the surface climbing and off-roading, walking around down there on the surface climbing and off-roading on. And I also want to underscore something that she said. I also want to underscore when we actually go down there to the surface. I know for C234 when we actually go down there to the surface. I know for one of the really emphasized how important someone alone time was. When one of the really emphasized how important not only that time was. When we started to talk human connection, we not only got better science discussions, we got better human connection and so grow together. This is super important. So thank you for grow together to this plan. Super important. So Reed just passed me a note that the Oriental Basin angular ray passed me a note that the Oriental Basin angular ray different color has a more brown albedo to the center, but a different color. It has more brown distinct tones now that he's been staring at it. And he said it's very distinct now that he's been staring at it.
Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there. Victor, thank you. You got a cheer from science there. With you. And we all just went on that to talk about these things. So also highlighting how important it is to talk about these things with us in the viewing gallery. We have Fiona Glover with us in the viewing gallery. She's all smiles.
Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here, hey babe. Well, you just got a bunch of cheers up here, hey babe. From the moon. I love you.
We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here. We love that we got a hey babe too, and we also have one of your lovely daughters here, watching you guys work.
Thank you guys for doing that and for supporting them through this. Thank you guys for doing that and to all of you, Genesis, supporting them through this. And Corinne, I love you. To all of you, Genesis, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there. Corinne, I love you. And Deanna, I love you. I'm glad you get to be there.
We've had some really sweet words from the crew members aboard Orion today, as their families have been able to filter in and out today, as their families have been able to filter in and out of the viewing room here at Artemis Mission Control. Also giving a great science sit-rep and just a description of how it must feel if you were down on the lunar surface while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while he was looking through that 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens. How important it was to be able to talk through that real time. How important it was to be able to talk through that real time on future missions. That it not only made their discussions better, but also future missions. That it not only made their discussions better, but also more human. Glover and Cook are in the support roles right now, not taking photos or making annotations right now, but they are also not taking photos to have their midday meal at this time. They are also encouraged to have their lunch today. Those two crew members have options of beef ravioli today. Those two crew members have options of beef ravioli, pickled beets, butternut squash, cherry blueberry kale, pickled beets, cherry blueberry tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, casserole, and tomatoes and artichokes, broccoli, and chocolate peanut butter bar. Once Glover and Cook return to the window portion of their window portion of their Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday meal. Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen will get into their midday meal. Again, this is the third of 5 scheduled blocks for our lunar viewing today. And if you were watching at the start of the broadcast, you can definitely tell the difference. If you were watching at the start of the broadcast, you can definitely tell the difference in the distance from the moon. Miles away from the lunar surface. And again, expecting miles away from the lunar surface. And again, 66 miles away. About 4,000. They are currently 206 miles away. 2,050 miles away from Earth. And every mile is a new record miles away from Earth. The Apollo 13 milestone for furthest distance, having surpassed the Apollo 13 milestone for furthest distance earlier today. If you look down to the bottom right of the moon in that darker looking area, that is Oriental Basin. In that darker looking area, that is Oriental Basin. We have continued to lose views of the near side. We have just barely visible over towards of the near side. It is just barely visible over towards. And then you'll also hear later about that terminator. That's the line between light and darkness. While on the moon, it is really exposing some of those craters at this time. It is really exposing some of those craters at this time. A couple of the other features in view right now are Hertzsprung Basin and Vavilov Crater. Hertzsprung Basin is nearer to the center of the moon. Hertzsprung Basin is nearer closer to that terminator line right now, and Vavilov Crater is just on the outskirts of it. And Vavilov Crater is just on the outskirts of it. Closer again to the terminator. towards the bottom of the moon and to the left of the terminator line, towards the bottom currently of the moon shadowed and to the left of the terminator line, Apollo Basin. Currently shadowed in darkness is Apollo Basin.
Science from integrity. Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. Let me find out how far we are from the moon right now. Is about a third of the moon, but our view is about a third of the moon. Is calling to me. We're 4,691 miles from the moon. 4,691 miles from the moon. What looked like in the Terminator. What looked like in the Terminator from about the southernmost part of the Terminator. A third of the way up from the southernmost part of the one was running to the like a dinosaur. One was running to the clearly north crater west with a bunch of now is around it crater with a bunch of craters around it. I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now. I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 and window 1. That Terminator has moved. But I guess I've been using Babylon the whole time, so it's gone. I guess I've been using Babylon 2 more times, so it's gone to the west. A few more features are starting to peek out. So a few more features are starting to peek out. Low sun sunlight, so you still have ridges and low sun angle, so you still have ridges and jagged and valleys showing up very clearly, very jagged. You islands of light out there with some few islands of light out there with shining, some high sunlight elevation, darkness shining, and on the eastern side of the moon, and on the eastern side of the sea, Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest. Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest degrees from being right on the limb and going off maybe 5 degrees from being right on the limb and going off over the horizon. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental. It is interesting, just looking at Oriental. Is all of the dark areas. My first impression of it is all of the dark areas because it is now facing. Well, it's still relative to the same to the sun, but my angle to it is still relative to the same to the sun, but my angle to it is even further. I'm looking at it as we pass it a little more, even for all the darker features as we pass it, just a little bit. But all the darker features of this be just a little bit lighter in the outer range point, the darker interior structure as well as the regular range portion. Everything seems to be just as well as lighter in this range portion. Everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful. Additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful. And while I have that is such a high priority target for us. As we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find 15, which is the Terminator that you were looking at earlier, find Zeeman crater again that you were looking at earlier, would be getting into the South Pole your left area to help would be getting into the South Pole area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Yeah, Zeeman is very easy to find. Yeah, Zeeman is very easy to find. Feel free to do that. Thank you for pointing that out. Feel free to do that. Let's see. Oriental. Okay, another thing. After looking through the zoom camera. Okay, another part. You probably looking through the zoom camera. Looking with my plane eyes. You probably did this going to the 400 millimeter zoom. With my plane eyes. Now looking at the 400 millimeter zoom. Now looking at it. You're standing in the center. You're standing in the center. Some real terrain to it. And now I can see that some real terrain to it. Even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation on that eastern edge. Where all the darker deposits are, and where all the scale now deposits are from far away. Before looking at it from far away, before flat with color painted on it. But now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is color painted on it. But now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is darker, some other material, but there's also characteristics. And so the shadow is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because that is a part of that crater wall. That is a part of that.
Great description, Victor. Thanks, and really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. The distinction between shadow and color. Observations. You mentioned that reads other observations. You mentioned that reads the annular ring and the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your annular ring and the rest of Oriental? Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the document window. Oriental, again, I'm still in the document window. There's like a thermal couple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange the window take color, and it is the orange take color, and so it is unfortunately next to it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward color from one of the windows, one of the forward face. I think one of the windows 1 through 4 would be able to see. When I get away from the variation that I would be able to see the variation.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it. That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
Integrity with a question from the window team. Integrity with a question from the window team.
Integrity, this is Science here with you. Integrity, this is Science here with you.
Yes, they have a question to help inform a theory that they're have a question to help inform a theory that what is older, the Mare seas what is older, or the Oriental seas of the near side or Oriental?
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here. Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here. Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready. Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
Go ahead.
You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Mare go. Oriental, as far as Mare than almost all of the Mare on the near side, than almost all of the Mare on the near side, which really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. Really pop out to you guys and really pop out to us here on Earth. Is pretty young as far as Mare go. Oriental is pretty young as far as Mare go.
And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too. How about when the actual crater was formed?
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental, and while we're getting that, and while we're getting that, the window team talk about the sort of contact around Oriental, because its contact material is so much younger. Because if anything material is to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to relationship between that and surrounding terrain. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, definitely. They are discussing a contact relationship. Yeah, definitely. They explain some of the contact relationship that they're seeing explain some of the. So it was really about the etching in certain areas, and so it was really about the creation of the basin and creation of the superposition of the Injecta and Mari on the near side or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it. Or other features. So thank you. We'll take the insight when you have it.
Thank you, Integrity. And I know Jenny wants to get to you with some topics, so I'll leave you with, so I'll leave you with 8 billion years old. Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
Copy that. So that's on the older side. The actual basin was. That is very old. On the older side, the actual basin is very old.
As is the case with a lot of Mare, typically the big basin formed, and then the crust where it was weakened by that basin eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
Perfect. Tracking. Thank you. Perfect. Tracking. Thank you.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down some questions to NASA astronaut Christina Cook calling down some questions. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. The voice you're hearing she is joined by Trevor Graff on console today. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today. Christina asking about the age of Oriental. Christina asking specifically the Mare regions. Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
Better answer.
Integrity, it's about time for a position swap at the window. Integrity, it's about time for and Jeremy to swap positions. So we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions. And I'll remind you again about your SD Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready. Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
They are swapping and I'm ready. They are swapping and I'm ready.
We found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We found a way that we can reinstall the shroud compared to everything that you're looking at. So pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. Retrieve the condensation hose. We will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose, friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point right by one of your diffusers hose. You're going to point that little condensation over the window pane, such that the air when you're ready for the stowage location. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
Ready. Ready.
Christina, the hose is in locker A1. Christina, the hose is in locker A1.
The crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud. They were using to block some of the earth shine. That window shroud. They were using to block some of the earth shine. This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft as the crew members are swapping spacecraft, specifically crew members are swapping Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings. That'll be downlinked later to the science team for review. The science team will have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby. Fresh perspectives or things that they learned during the flyby. Again, we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. Observation blocks during this flyby. Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a 6,000 miles of the lunar surface. And providing the crew with a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's can observe both the north and south pole. From this view, astronauts can observe both geologic features in one single view. And large-scale geologic features in one single view. We are now just under an hour until Orion passes behind the moon, and we lose communication with the crew behind the moon. They will be out of reach, and we lose communication with our deep space network antennas. Any of our deep space network antennas. That loss of signal will last about 40 minutes, and we expect to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude, as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface, as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface. The view you have right now is a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar arrays. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. The first humans to do so in over 50 years. They'll be sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially the science team who are very excited for what they are learning today. It appears the Artemis II spacecraft Orion is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Orion is now under 5,000 miles away to the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles. That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it. Make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
Houston integrity question: did you just want us to cool the window? Question: did you just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want us to put the shroud back on and cool the window at the same time?
Victor, we definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. We definitely want you to cool down the window. You put the condensation hose. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you. Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
Houston copies.
Houston, thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a Houston, thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a We are now seeing a half moon. For science, we are now seeing a half moon.
Agreed.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it, and we see half moon.
Agreed.
Thank you, Victor. We're
joy
happy
still.
to hear it, and we see half moon. Full moon joy still.
Crew reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like here from this view from the spacecraft. However, what has become a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission. However, everyone is reporting a little bit of a catchphrase for this mission. Everyone is reporting full moon joy. We are keeping up with which targets the crew is tracking. We are keeping up with which targets they are just wrapping up through their second targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second.
The window team, another observation. The window team commented on the discussed a bit as sprung. Solid. The air is very smooth. If you it's very smooth. Road is very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and the road is very hard packed, and then you go one outside of it, and it's older crater that's it is a little rougher, it is older, it starts to get it is a little rougher and more jagged, it starts to get into more loose looking terrain. Smooth interior also causes the craters to smooth sides of the larger crater, the smaller craters have really sharp edges. Sides of the larger crater, the smaller craters have really sharp edges. General comment on that area. Just a general albedo comment on that area. Darker. That whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, the average albedo. Around Oriental. The average albedo around Oriental wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the wedge. The darker wedge is more on the. Also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier. Also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier. Around her, toward Oriental, toward appears to be a frozen, toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, or like choppy waves when it's windy out, choppy water, and but it looks like it would be hard on your texture. If you walk down there barefoot, it looks like it would be hard on your after it's cooled. It's like it would be cookie lava, except for it's cooled. It would look cookie paved, except for right there in the center smooth. It looks paved like a paved road, nice and smooth.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from paved road to lava. Going from paved road to Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that. Reminds us of the Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that.
And science, another in the interior of the very interior of the very intact intact crater Hertzsprung. The intact albedo Hertzsprung is albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew patches, slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just slightly darker patches. It's not swirling, it's just better lighter. And I would say a predominantly darker average area, and I would say a predominantly darker average area.
Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful. Great descriptions, Victor. Thanks. Not swirly, just patchy is really helpful for us.
really great descriptions coming from
Science,
really great descriptions coming from
on the plan. The window team is hitting all the targets they're on the plan. And boy, I love the Terminator. I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, but what it does to the features of the moon, most of the terrain, describing into my recordings, and probably about it looking at the describing into my recordings, so much about it looking at the Terminator. There's just so much. The valleys that would look like black holes and fall straight to the center of the moon. It would look like these black holes and fall straight to the center of the moon. Maybe some of those is captivating. The most striking thing that I've seen so far. The most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are. We've been loving your
bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations.
Bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on a status of Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Window 2, look for suspended, talked about Babylon, and the Terminator, suspended window 3, and the Terminator, about the experience, window 3, about the three-dimensionality, about the experience, and about the three-dimensionality this close, of the moon this close.
Wonderful,
and another observation about Oriental, I would say another observation about Oriental going on, I would say, is southwest. The two large, almost going like stretches southwest. The two large, I don't know if they're rays or canyons or collapsed longitudes. I don't know if they're rays or features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental. Features that are almost parallel going off southwest from Oriental. They made me notice parallax of our chart of trees looking at Oriental. That's in the inner walls of the east side of the inner walls of you really get a sense that we're flying over something with elevation. You really get a sense that we're flying over something with from this elevation and terrain, and they look different from this orientation.
Love to hear it, Victor, and you had it that those
Love to hear it, Victor, and you
had it that those chains secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental. Secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the speaking of crater rays, north, the crater rays that are going off to the northwest, to the north that run off toward Hertz Springs. And I believe toward runoff toward Hertz Springs right now, but those crater rays toward Babylon, I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are they're all small and they're all very small. I know you missed this, but they're all small and they look like, you know, a smaller impacts down the way rock. But something very interesting is smaller things down the way. Some of them something very interesting, and again, you can see that some of them converge. Some of them are toward the center of Oriental, and then some of them I think I even saw some toward the center of Oriental, and then I think I even saw some that converge, which indicate multiple large impacts that created a lot of secondary impacts.
Fantastic, Victor, and I'll note that you're looking down at your freshly named integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Yeah, you're welcome. And integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point. Integrity is easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
We've been hearing some great situation reports from Victor Glover, the pilot of the Artemis II mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. Calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is
if you look just to the
right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness. The Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon, and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost and how it looks a little bit paved of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array. Coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes. We are now into the 4 days, 23 hours, and 23 minutes. And we are standing by for their Artemis II loss of signal. And we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal behind the moon. And during that time, we won't have communication with them. Behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40. However, we will regain minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon. 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon. The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator. The crew aboard the spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator. That difference between day and night. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface. The science team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface. Colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon. Colors like greens and browns. Some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are some of the questions that they are hoping the crew will discuss are how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on the color or tone variations. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations. And they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate earlier that the crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. The crew has missed none of their targets when they are photographing at the window. We aren't hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices. But these are being recorded and those will be sent down to the science team. PCDs. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today. We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the Terminator. We have a few minutes left. If you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the camera on its solar array from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. 4 astronauts. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Reed Wiseman, first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years. First 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years. This is our lunar flyby day, and the crew has already surpassed one record today. And the crew has already surpassed one record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that Canadian Space Agency astronaut soon broken by other explorers. Calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers. We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft. Flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
We are ready for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We are ready for our cabin and window teams handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read down on your knee boards. So let me know when you're ready. Write something down on your knee boards. So let me know when you're ready.
Okay, Houston, we are ready. Okay, Houston, we
Copy
are
integrity.
ready.
First of all, once you start this next shift here, first of all, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar observation shift. We will begin our lunar a few minutes prior, so you can expect a call from me. And second of all, a few minutes prior, reminding you updated. And second of all, altitude and METs updated lunar closest approach and METs altitude. Lunar closest. Let me know when you are ready to rate altitude. They differ slightly. Let me know when you are ready to write those down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
Thanks, Jenny. We are ready to copy.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET. Lunar closest approach will be at 0 hours. MET 25 minutes. 0 hours. 34 25 minutes. 34 and the altitude second will be 4,000 and the altitude 67 4,067 statute maximum miles. Earth altitude maximum will be at altitude 5 days will be at 0 hours 5 days 27 0 hours 397 minutes with an 39 seconds with an altitude 252,000 statute miles 756 statute miles.
The crew really wants to ask for that in kilometers. The crew really wants to ask for that in kilometers and parsecs, but thanks for that update.
I'll send Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric. I'll send Fido to work, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Other than that, I have no new vehicle we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly. And we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
I will talk to you shortly. I will talk to you shortly.
Those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut. Those words called from Capcom Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut and Artemis II backup crew member to the crew working aboard the Orion spacecraft. Inside the cabin, as you can see, it is very dark. Had a little bit of view inside the cabin, as you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the reflection of Earthshine is coming through the window. A reflection of Earthshine and from the moon. The crew is moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. Meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams, taking pictures and making annotations, and recording some taking audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Were in the background. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal. Now that we are swapping positions, support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, as well as providing those situational SD card reports, as well as providing those situational reports. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts into those PCDs, portable computing devices, into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon. As you heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew. As you heard, is also when we will lose communications with the crew. Is also when we will lose communications with the crew. Less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal with them for about 40 minutes. We anticipate to be out of communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon. Regain that communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon. Now, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then evaluate crater, which we have previously seen. And then swap positions at the window before moving into a scene. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a things that are interesting to them on the surface. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface. Take pictures and explain why they find them that way. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment. Just before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for lofted lunar dust. This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Potential lofted dust. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. The brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. The brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see. These were based on observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft. Observations from Apollo missions and orbital spacecraft to capture some of that lunar dust today. The crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today. Following that lofted lunar dust target, the next will be Earthrise. That lofted lunar dust target, the next will be communications with the crew shortly after. Communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise. There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. An eclipse That's today. Because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude. Team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft, gathering light from the sun, heading into that eclipse gathering light from the sun, heading. So we will have communication with the crew. We just won't be able to see the moon. So we will have communication with the crew. We just won't be able to see the moon. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. However, we will have views during that eclipse time frame. Looking during that time, the science team will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. They will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. Like overall. So they want to know, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets. And potentially see if they can spot any planets. Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended. Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended. We are live through the whole thing, and even once flyby is over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube. Over today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to. I don't know if Catherine and Devin are still there, but if they are, just wanted to. It's extraordinary to be. Want to know how much on the far side of the moon. It's extraordinary to be looking back at the on the far side of the moon right now. Just hanging back at but if you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say I know you guys. If you happen to be watching too, just wanted to say we'll be heading back your way shortly, and we'll be heading back your way shortly.
Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. Thanks, Jeremy. I hear they are watching, and your family is still here. So thanks for passing that along.
This view inside the Orion spacecraft. This view is a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen. It's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen joining us in the viewing room and well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. Currently in the window are Victor Glover and the window Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby. At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members. At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time. They are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time. On the lunch menu today for Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, we have vegetarian Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, chicken with peanut sauce, vegetarian sweet and savory kale, pickled chicken with peanut sauce, chocolate sweet and savory kale, barbecued beef brisket, chocolate spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, maybe even a little bit of coffee, candy coated chocolates, and maybe even a little bit of coffee. And if you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All getting into some of their food spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food as there's not a refrigerated section can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package. Just depends on what the food actually is. Straight from the package, just depends on what the food actually is. Information on each package of rehydrated. There is information on each what temperature it needs to be. Needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be. We are now 4 days, 23 hours, and 39 minutes. We are now 4 days, 23 hours into the flight of Artemis II. The spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon. Now under 4,500 miles from the moon. We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal. We are now also under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts. We will regain that communication about 40 minutes photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're photographing the moon and documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views. Potential Earthset and Earthrise views. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera. As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera. The science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo. The science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo when every 8 to 10 minutes. Intermittently represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. The highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal, the science team will capture a series of photos one every 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal. All the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal. In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch to time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be ensure that the science team captures the data they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. We are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system. We are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft powered and the crew alive. Especially the environmental control and life support system. Especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life to the moon and the way home. Keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team. On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team our astronauts, period. Victor Glover and Christina Cook are already photographing our astronauts. Victor Glover and Christina Cook are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater the flyby. This is a small, complex crater the size of the eye of the Sahara. And as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara. That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. That Eye of the Sahara is a feature in Mauritania. Seeing this crater more than once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions. Those different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target. Different lighting conditions help expose different portions of the target. And can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed. And can help the science team learn a little bit more and what it is today. How it formed and what it is today. Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the spacecraft outside their windows. Crew continues photographing the moon outside their windows. They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in. Get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft. We expect the crew to be targeting Ohm Crater for another 6 minutes or so before they move into a discussion of the limb. Before they move into the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time. So we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing. So we hope to hear calls from the crew on what they are observing. If you've been following along at the start of the day, we did have much
If you've
more
been following
of the
along
moon
at the start
visible.
of the day, we did have much
And even
more
just
of
an
the
hour
moon
or so ago,
visible.
we could see about half of the moon.
And even just
we
an
are
hour
now
or so
continuing
ago,
to
we
see
could see
more
about
of the
half
far
of the
side.
moon. We
and
are
that
now
darkness,
continuing to see
where
more of the
far
moon
side,
is not reflecting
and that
light from the
darkness,
sun.
where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun. Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions.
Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions
that on the near side of the moon
flow,
that we can all see from Earth.
Often see
that has mostly gone away
from Earth.
We are now just seeing
that has mostly
very little
gone
of
away.
Oriental.
We are now
down
just
to the
seeing
bottom right of the
very
moon. You
little
can see
of
just a
Oriental.
small dark
That's
portion
down to the
near the
bottom
limb.
right of the moon.
You can see just a small dark portion near the limb. We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal.
We
with
are
the
now about
Orion
18
crew.
minutes away
from loss of signal with the Orion crew. Again, we use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth.
Network to communicate with
This
the
is
crew
the first
members when they
mission
are this
since
far from
Apollo
Earth.
when we have had humans on
This
the
is the
Deep
first
Space
mission
Network since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network. As you recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew, we expect their closest approach to the moon to be at NET or mission elapsed time of 5 days, to be at 25 minutes, 5 days, 34 seconds. 25 hours, at that time, 25 minutes, altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth. Just over 2 minutes later, they will reach their maximum distance from Earth. 5 days, at mission elapsed time of 5 minutes, 39 seconds. 5 days, the altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be so once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you. We will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you. Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of targeting package. The crew is now in their discussion of the moon, that illuminated part. Moon, currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew in about 40 minutes later. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later. A milestone worth mentioning that this day marks the first time in more than 50 years that humans will observe the moon directly. A critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. I've continued to reference the lunar targeting package throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the lunar geography review, which helps the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helps them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. That also helps them learn to orient themselves provides a detailed timeline of observation targets. The lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones. And what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestones.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin. 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
Okay, Jenny, that came, we missed most of that, but just a 10-minute warning. That came, we missed most of that, but
10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep. 10-minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
All right, cabin is still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window still full of excitement. We've got Christina in window 3. Reed's actually been trying to get some images out of the docking tunnel. Reed's actually been trying to get some images of the moon and part of the moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. The Earth and the moon is part of the moon out of the docking tunnel, which is pretty good. With our interior cameras. Just grabbing some footage right now with our interior cameras.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using, and also the status we'd like to know what camera Reed is using, and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed.
Okay. Reed was using the Z9. Okay. And Reed was using the Z9. The T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. T-shirt shroud is still on window 1, but we took the camera out of it. I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around. But when I looked in there, I saw a lot of sunlight reflecting around.
Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you,
Copy, that
coming
makes
up
a lot
on
of
this
sense to
LOS,
us, Jeremy.
I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS,
and
that
more
we'll take sit reps in the blind,
and
as more and more of the
we will
moon
take any report you have
darkness
on impact
we will
flashes.
take any report you have on impact flashes.
All right, Jenny, you have to say again your last. There's a lot of conversation here, and I was on the other side of the cabin, so I missed all of it. Conversation here, and I was on the other side
Look
of
out
the
for
cabin,
impact
so I missed all
flashes,
of
and
it.
we'll take sit reps in the blind. Look out for impact flashes, and we'll take sit reps in the blind.
Okay, impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. Okay, we got impact flashes, sit reps in the blind. Just so you understand what's going on with window 1, there is light. Just so you understand what's going on with window 1 hall from window 2 through the outer hall from window 1 into the inside of window 1, if that makes sense. I can see the inside of the vehicle when I look between the two panes of glass.
Copy.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, getting your first live look at Orion, everyone in this picture, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft. Currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members: Reed Wiseman, currently aboard Orion, 4 crew members: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity. And on the Earth, all of us. You can see the moon is starting to get a little bit dimmer. As the astronauts are going to pass to get a little bit dimmer. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. Now 6 minutes, again 26 seconds away from that loss of signal. 40 minutes. Again, we will be out until they come around the other side of the moon. About 40 minutes. Reestablish contact. Until they come around the other side of the moon, and we can reestablish contact.
Integrity Houston. You are 6 minutes Houston from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From your 40-minute from all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. It's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you for that, Jenny, all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. Allowing us quite amazing privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. Go on this journey, and as we thinking about the NASA mission, go on this journey, explore the unknown, about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in inner space, inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, the world through discovery, we're doing just those things. Along on this journey with us, as we get close to the moon and farthest point, and as we get close to the as we get to the moon and farthest point from Earth, the mysteries of the cosmos unlock. I would like to the mysteries of the cosmos. Remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth. Remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth. In response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. To what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. He also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it. He also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it. And that is to love your neighbor as yourself. Be prepared to go out of radio communication. We're still fulfilled out of radio communication. We're still fulfilled to all of you down there on Earth. And to all of you around down there on Earth, we love you from the moon. And around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side. Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
We will see you on the other side. We will see you on the other side.
Poignant words from NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Poignant words and a little bit of a NASA astronaut from Victor Glover. The other side of the moon, and all the way to Earth. A love letter from the other side of the moon. Glover touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus. We are now to love your neighbor as yourself. Away from loss of signal. We are now with the Orion 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts. The Artemis II crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes. The Artemis II crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes their work as they are photographing the other side of the moon, continuing their work, and they will reemerge photographing the lunar surface. And we will also get this view on the other side. And we will also get this view on the other side. Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication. Just about a minute and a half now aboard Orion until we lose on the Artemis communication with the astronauts aboard Orion. Now on the Artemis 2 mission, 6 minutes since their launch on April 1st. Now 5 days and 6 minutes. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. Again, we'll be out of communication for about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. Beautiful view of a crescent moon. How great thou art. How great thou art. "30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal. 30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal. And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft. And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion regain communications with them for in another approximately 40 minutes with them. For this was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth, as it's the first time in over 50 years. This is a poignant moment that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. That we have no matter how distant or unreachable by anyone else on Earth. We could reach anyone living on how Earth, distant or secluded flies behind we could reach anyone living on Earth. But while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. Evaluation room. This is a live view Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. Here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. All day. This team has been monitoring the science or the flyby all day targets on the lunar surface. Continued capturing targets on the lunar surface. We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon, but not identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon, but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. Closest approach will be when the astronauts make their 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. When we expect they'll be 4,037 statute miles above the lunar surface. 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. Just 2 minutes later, their maximum Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later. At 5 days, altitude should be approximately 39 seconds. When their altitude should be approximately 252 miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers. And we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers. Throughout the Artemis II mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles. Carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, carried on signals the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network systems. The Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon. NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon and future journeys to Mars for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Navigation Space Test Flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network satellites. With antennas, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth. The networks all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where mission control coordinates the network hand in Texas. Where mission control coordinates the network handovers between the two networks. These transfers exchanging support delicate as the mission shoots toward the moon. Exchanging support on the launch pad as the mission shoots toward phases. NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket. NASA's Orion spacecraft and tracking Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services for Near Space Networks. After its array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. Will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit and away from Earth. As the mission signal strength farther into space and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications, the astronauts is conserved for constant connection to Earth. The astronauts will have on a journey farther into space than ever before. On a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications can have for future showcase the benefits laser communications can have for future sent by radio signals or laser links. The data from Orion sent by radio signals or laser links is massive. The mission is generating details about mission health and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. Where systems compress all of that data gets processed in the future, where systems compress systems efficiency, so that image and video clarity improve systems on Earth. So that image and video clarity test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future. Communications infrastructure that will help carry us into Mars as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
We are now about 33 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts Orion, and in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey. Science Flight Operations Lead here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. I am so excited for you and for your team. So for this for years, just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background. And just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD, so all these descriptions of impact cratering in the field for my PhD. So all these descriptions of impact craters have me just absolutely swooning. My PhD, I got an internship at NASA, and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the science to integrate science into flight operations. The first mission we're supporting. We developed the science evaluation room that's right upstairs. We're supporting. We developed the science evaluation room that's right upstairs. And so it's so gratifying to see this operation structure come to fruition. Especially on a day like today.
We've got a great view of the science evaluation room right now. And is there any great view of the science evaluation room right now? Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
As you might have heard in some of the press briefings and content that we've been putting out, in some of the press briefings and content that we're really exciting targets for us. Color and albedo were really exciting targets for us. We've heard several amazing color descriptions so far. Greenish and brownish hues near Aristarchus, which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side. And those which is actually a feature that we can see here from the near side about the volcanic evolution of that area. Could actually tell us something the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images, recordings to learn a little bit more. That we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
And very interested just from a personal standpoint because looking at those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint because looking at the moon brown. So just hearing that 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just fascinating, and I know it's very exciting for you. And getting to see what are you expecting to see? And I know it's very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, breaks and everything, the crew are still kind of taking their they still have stretch breaks to image and describe during this LOS. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, looking for the first thing hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with, and hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with, and that, then we start to get into brought us such amazing images from Terminator, but then as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment, like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment for an hour, and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations, which is a whole different set of science observations
in there because they have been hitting it hard today with a little break in there because they have been hitting it hard today with photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
I mean, we've already gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like descriptions. So that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we really got some great descriptions. So absolutely, lofted dust is an exciting one, and lofted dust will be a target for them in the right after. Lofted dust right around the time for them, but again in the eclipse period. Right around the time. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the more dramatic change to go from their end of this is going to be even more dramatic change to go from their end of this into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very eclipse time frame during that time. They're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time. And I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Privilege that we get to do that on this mission because that's not always the case. We get launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd. We wouldn't have launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd.
April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot. My answer truly was there is no bad day to launch to the moon. And my answer truly was there is no bad day to launch to the moon. But it's a really neat opportunity to bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture, while still literally keeping the moon and center stage into the picture, while still literally keeping the moon and
differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare. What are the different terms? We're looking at craters. We're looking at mare.
We do
have,
as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. The person with and we have the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the really long lens on the camera versus the people when I go from one to the other. You've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, and that's something that we experienced in simulations, really gratifying. See it for real has been really gratifying. Sometimes we're looking for color, sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator pop out to you, and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. Make some comments about future impacts for exploration. Especially make some comments about future impacts for exploration in this first part of the flyby. So already, I think scientifically, but also in this first part of the flyby, have told us something scientifically.
It was so interesting to hear Victor talking about. He was imagining. It was so interesting to hear Victor talking about down on the surface. He was imagining around. That was in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was I know some of them are determined based on the launch day because I know some of them are illumination based on the ones that we're looking at today. How lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today.
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at some at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. At the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Of course, we illuminate targets that we're interested in. Feature, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested in. The timing in which they see them by the sun in order to view them enables us to ask the timing in which they see them. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about. So you heard in the Reed and Jeremy pre-flyby crew conference talking about the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, and that looking at it from different illumination angles allows us to understand that feature better and connect. Allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place. Objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
About how what the crew was able to capture in this short time frame. How what the crew was able to capture in this short time frame. Of those years for different lighting conditions, something robotic to be able to do based on attitude maneuvers and something robotic to be able to do based on a little bit about attitude maneuvers and having where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both?
Absolutely, we definitely don't want to minimize the impact of absolutely. We definitely don't want to minimize the orbiter, the one that's often referenced. Data from LRO and its payloads orbiter, the one that's often referenced. Data from LRO and its payloads and future missions. Have really been instrumental in getting us frankly to this point for Artemis II and future missions. Crew observations that we've already been hearing about. It is such a crew observations that we've already been hearing about. Data. It is such because they are able to have this unique spacecraft data. They are far enough away they are able to have this contextual observations. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. Say, if I track this feature from all the way up here in the northern hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. That right there is not something we have the ability to do with the Apollo missions. There is not something we have the ability to do in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that it would take, a really significant effort that it would take with different orbiting platforms, and they're making it like that to coordinate with different orbiting platforms, and they're making it like that.
To hear all of their calls so far, and so I've heard they were able to capture every single target so far too. Is that correct? They were able to.
I think that's correct, and I think it's important also to remember that. I know the science team is. I think that's correct, and I think it's important also to remember that. I know the science team from the crew members who are not at the forward windows, right? We've been hearing from the crew members who are not really at the forward windows, of the observations. They are recording minutes really in the thick of the observations. They are recording minutes-long observations per target starting here in a couple hours. Crew tablets, and that's going to contain those down starting here in a couple hours. Information that we haven't heard live yet, really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet. Tomorrow morning, we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. Into the science, one of the most gratifying things for me about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan. Thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting brains on a problem. Because when we have elevated each other, put multiple brains on a problem, to them, we have elevated each other overnight, and then us actually being able to really truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow. Actually being able to really truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
We're looking forward to it too, and I cannot wait to hear everything that you and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So Kelsey, I know you're very busy. You've done a great job today. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you're very busy. you've done a great job today. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thanks for having me.
We are
It's
now
such an exciting day.
expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes.
We are now expecting
As a reminder,
acquisition
the
of
Orion
signal in
spacecraft
about
has flown
24
around
minutes.
the other
As a
side of the
reminder,
moon,
the Orion
where they are
spacecraft
out
has
of
flown
contact
around
with
the
our
other
deep
side of the
space
moon,
network. Where they are out of contact with our deep space network. And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of Control Houston, our destination to the moon. The closest point at MET 5 destination 25 minutes and 34 seconds. And we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. Approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. Track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the Earth. What they're in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface. They were interesting. Take photos of those. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily. Will be will impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest short-lived flashes on the lunar surface. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment. After their impact flash targeting, the team's interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. The team's interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis II. We're live in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, they are in LOS, the Lunar Utilization Control Area. This is and it's joined by the Lunar Utilization Control Area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations which are twin control or on the moon surface missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon surface in real time. The Luca and Lisa are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the Luca and Lisa are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center, which is used during Space Station is monitored. POIC, where Luca primarily supports Artemis science operations, while Lisa will provide engineering support for landing operations, while Lisa will provide engineering support for landing astronauts. Teams in the Luca will use the facility to support Artemis II. Teams in the Luca will use the facility to understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation, to better understand the physiology effects of microgravity and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon. For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission members of the NASA Human Landing Engineers Safety Leads Flight Operations Expert Team, a group of engineers, safety leads, flight operations experts, and technical lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision-making lander systems in real time and be involved in teams are using the Lisa during Artemis II to observe mission operations. Teams are using the Lisa during Artemis II to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon surface. To inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface. We now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. We now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes. How our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of how our crew members flying by the 9,000 miles or at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed scenarios. Maps of the lunar terrain. Crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
So the most exciting thing to me about Artemis II is just the return to the moon. So the most exciting thing there in 50 years is just the return. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon that haven't been seen. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon that haven't been seen us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time. And I think it provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand. Provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of doing that kind of exploration. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is going to be, first of all, sustain a presence on but second of all, first learning to sustain a presence. That's a stepping stone first on Mars and other destinations. That's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying by the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbit. And so they will see the entire disk of Apollo's orbit, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole, areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole. All of that depends on from the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day. But we can practice with different lighting scenarios until launch day. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. It's hard for people people to sort of picture that in mind, if you can helps everybody choose the targets and also practice that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice looking at these visualizations. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations through the lens of the camera and practicing aiming. This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows while they were in orbit. The Apollo astronauts brighter parts are the parts that while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts this entire area here. The darker parts, places that are like farther north and south area here, are places that they couldn't see farther north and south, either because it was nighttime there, or because it was beyond the horizon it was nighttime there, or because it was beyond Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because their horizon was actually quite close, and low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close, and they couldn't see. This whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight here called Oriental. And it includes this amazing Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact. These are rings that form on a huge scale. Ripples in a pond from the impact. But of course, it's on a huge scale. Sort of dark basalt. Middle of Oriental has the dark spots that we see on the near side. It's one of the biggest dark spots that we see on the far side. It's one of the biggest ones that with human eyes on the far side, sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal for the mission.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, this live view in the Science Evaluation Room, just down the hall from where we're at in the Artemis Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby. Mission Control Room. Teams continuing to monitor the flyby. The crew continues their observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch with Earth. Their observations of the moon, even though they are out of touch with Earth. We expect to hear from them again in 12 minutes and 26 seconds. Again, while they are out of reach of the deep space network. Right now, they are imaging the deep space network to image. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, and how they see its place in human history. About what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night. I remember being just looking out at the moon in whatever phase lying in bed, and I was thinking, man, just looking out at the moon. My friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see the same exact moon. My friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out at the moon, and I'd be halfway around the planet. And then when I was in the Navy, and I would look out at the moon, see that moon, and I'd be halfway around the planet. He's halfway around the planet. My brother can see that moon. It's a connection where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am, and it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
Everything that's ever happened to the moon, it is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon processes on the wind or change in the Earth geologic processes like we have here, change in the Earth geologic processes like we have here that change it. The story of its own evolution. There's something beautiful about that. Of its own
I've also learned from
there's something beautiful
my indigenous mentors. I've also learned they refer to my indigenous mentors. So you probably heard him refer to his grandmother and his grandmother, because grandmother moon is responsible for the water moon in their community. Because the grandmother moon is responsible for the water source, just like the grandmother moon, sort of protect the water source, planet, just like affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. Something, and that's really neat because we all share that same planet, and that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives, and so it seemed very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. And so it seemed very familiar to us, but it's also to describe and to share with people. We get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with nature. Both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know. Both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know just is really special.
It's just the epitome of each of our hearts, but that's also something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also
also represents exploration and reaching.
You're looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently Space Center in Houston, Texas. With the Artemis II crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs. Not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. When they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. During the time in which we live, this is even more communications during the time in which we live. This is even more communicating with each other. For the Artemis II crew, they're only currently communicating with each other 9 minutes from now. We expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now. And we also, despite being out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar targets. Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis II crew aboard Orion. Regaining communications in the meantime, with the Artemis II crew lunar science deputy lead Marie Henderson is training Artemis II lunar science deputy lead Marie Henderson is training views of the lunar surface astronauts for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth. Of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
I cannot wait to hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon. To hear their voices when they get to the far side of the moon, and I can hear them talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now, and I gotta hold on a second. Tear up thinking about it. Ooh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes. They will observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, looking out the window, getting that human experience. But during Apollo, just looking out the window, getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude. So they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. That's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. They are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you can still get homework. That are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. The computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 mm lens. So something that more detailed observations really far, and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's just like being a geologist out in the field there, going there. It's just like being a geologist out in the field there, going there, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. The region that we have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be we have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, and then putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the moon for 300 hours total. Going to places that were safer landing sites. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn. That gets to start being a part of these discoveries. We are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
We are now 4 minutes and 28 seconds until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts flying aboard with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis II mission. They are now flying behind the moon at an MET or mission elapsed time of 5 days. While behind the moon at an MET or mission elapsed time of 5 days. This was the point in which they made their closest approach. 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface. We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room. We're live in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby as evaluation room. In the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis II crew in real time, including supporting the Artemis II crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism. You can see the SIR here. That's the science evaluation room. It's embedded within mission control to provide science evaluation during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the science mission operations room is a back room. But additionally, the science mission operations room is a rapid analysis. Processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. We also have our science officer Kelsey Young here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring science priorities are represented during mission execution. Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby tasks. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined. And this is the fourth time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. During which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. And mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. The moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 mm zoom lens, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 using their portable computing device. While the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. And those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. descriptions from the crew. We have been hearing serving as the support descriptions. Right now, the support team members serving as the support. Wiseman and right now, the support team members are those team members are providing Jeremy Simpson situation reports. Those team members are providing down a few times each hour to discuss situation what they're observing. And even calling down a few times each hour with them right now, they are still conducting. Even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting. They come back those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected, any hardware issues and their emotions and reactions. Target descriptions, any hardware issues and their emotions and reactions. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft. Again, we are standing by to acquire signal from the Orion spacecraft. We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center. We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center. Getting our preliminary contact with Orion. That acquisition of signal during which the crew was flying behind the moon. Out of contact with anyone on Earth. The crew was flying behind the moon. Out of contact with anyone on Earth. We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, over 252,000 miles away. Over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home. But Orion has also technically begun its journey home. Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion shortly. But we do have good signal coming from Orion. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft All 4 astronauts from inside the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. Did not stop as they went behind the moon and out they were attempting to image some impact flashes. They were attempting to image some impact which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even a lofted lunar bombardment and potentially even a lofted lunar pictures of Earthrise. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. They will get a short observation break. After this, about an hour long, actually. Observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many? Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth we are looking back to Asia, we hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We are looking back at you, we hear you can look up and see the moon right now. When we burned this bird towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but towards the moon. I said that we do not leave Earth, and that is true. We will explore, we will build, and that is true. We will build ships, we will explore, we will build. We will build ships, science outposts again. We will drive rovers. We will do radio astronomy. We will drive rovers. We will do radio industry. We will build companies. We will ultimately industry. We will always choose Earth. We will always choose. We will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
We are happy to say we copy. We are happy to say we copy.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Those first communications calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. Calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. Choose it. With this the translunar injection burn served as we choose it. What put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. Committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. An hour. And it's probably a welcome break following their very busy day. Probably a welcome break following their very busy day, taking pictures, making audio recordings, and making annotations, all of the wonderful things that they are seeing, recordings and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the first solar eclipse. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon. And then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame. We will have communications with them during that eclipse time frame. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now. Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. Charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now on your screen is a visualization. 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow. 252,699 miles will continue to shrink, all the way until our crew will continue to shrink, all the way until our crew is back home. Again, we are MET, mission elapsed time, 5 days Again, we and 58 minutes. Mission elapsed time of Artemis II. 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis II. We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft. We have reestablished communications with the crew and the Orion spacecraft. Now entering a little bit of a break. The moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. Reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through the eclipse.
Integrity Houston, in mission control, all of your flight controllers in mission and your flight director, all of your flight controllers Artemis and your flight director have we are earthbound and ready to bring you home. Patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
That's great. That's great. See the light of day as we head back to. See the light of day as we head back to.
A very special moment just now in mission control, ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston. They visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon. Now that we are behind, we've passed behind the moon and and we are returning home. Now that we passed the control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. So that we are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis II behind us. And the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that Artemis II crew that the Capcom Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the patches around as was instructed by the crew here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And they are now counting down the days until they get home. 3 minutes. Mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. 1 hour and 3 minutes. Mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Joining me here in the room, Artemis Mission Control, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis II Science Mission Control. I have Angela Garcia, Artemis II Science Officer. Thanks for being here, Angela.
What a day. Everyone's been buzzing.
It is an honor to be here.
What a day. Everyone's been
buzzing. It's been a really awesome day. So you're sitting on console at the Science Console now. Have you been in the SIR? So you're sitting on console at the Science Console.
There's a lot going on. So I went here first, then I'm going to go there after. There's a lot going on. So I went here first, then I'm going to go there after.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. Better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. Tail to sun. We moved it, and we are in bias tail to sun.
Okay, Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy. We're in bias tail to sun now. Houston, you're coming in loud and clear, and copy. We're in bias tail to sun now.
Affirm and Integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we did not hear you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Jeremy, we heard you call down, but you were clipped, and then we briefly lost comm. Clapper back.
Okay, copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that. Copy that. We were just excited that we got to share in that that you to use the MUR and that side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us. That side of the patch is getting to see the light of day. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Our pleasure.
Okay, Angela, so can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis II and the science preparation for the mission? Your role supporting Artemis II and the science preparation for the mission.
So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over, kind of closer to the end of the day, and then Trevor I'll take over, kind of closer to the end of the day, and then Trevor is 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. It's the three of us, and it's a 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. Brand new console to mission control. And it's not every day that you get brand new console to mission control. And it's not incorporated into mission control. So it's been such a significant discipline incorporated into mission control. So it's just a testament to the commitment that the flight operations and it's just a testament to the commitment that the flight operations they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science throughout Artemis. So they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science. And then the science preparation. So it's really exciting. Yeah, so I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout-outs that you've gotten today. I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout-outs that you've gotten today. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation room. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation room. I field training, the mission simulations, the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations. That is what we did to get the crew to be there, part of the science team. That is what we did to get the crew to be there, part of the science team. They're the forefront.
I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. You have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying out for this crew? What kind of science activities are they carrying out inside the spacecraft?
A unique challenge. Yeah, so the procedure development has been science that we're doing is inherently pretty. I'd say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible. It inherently has more structure and rigidity, and so to marry the two, it inherently has more structure and rigidity, and so to marry the two and has been a challenge. The science that we want to get done been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. To go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. It's been really great. And what was the second part of your question? Yeah, it's been
just what kind of these science activities that they're performing? Just what kind of those have you really science activities that they're performing?
Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. A lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. They've been doing a lot. And I know we've talked a lot about, so I can re-explain and they've been doing a lot. And it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain the observation blocks are about an hour long. And so the crew is organized. The blocks are about an hour long. Into two pairs of two. The window team and the cabin team. Two pairs of two. The window team and the cabin team. You've been showing up and what the lunar targeting crew have on their handheld tablets is really the instructions for the window team on their handheld tablets. The two crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens. One are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens. One has taking these detailed observations. Looking out the window with their unaided eye, and they're taking these detailed observations. The window team, and then halfway in that observation block, they do those. The window team's been calling out. They'll switch positions, so each crew member has a chance to switch positions. So each crew member has a chance to have. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. They also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. Interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They have the interior camera, and they're taking the window team inside the cabin. Where you've heard some call-outs where the window team, where you've heard some call-outs where looking at their LED screen is a lot. So the cabin team is also helping support a target. The cabin team is also helping support a target and specific targets on their plan. The window team into specific helping into specific targets on their plan. They're also so they're looking out at different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in the science listening in to what the team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping have a plan that's flexible, but also making sure we have that we check off plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes.
The analogs that the crew has done. So what kind of analogs you talked earlier about were really useful for this? Has done. What kind of analogs or procedure development, right? You have so many different so for procedure development, right? You have so many different, like we said, we have environments that you can do. You have the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and for at least for the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and for at least for because each of those different analog environments helps us answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. Answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would just get into a classroom, so we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we would just get into a classroom, we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play. And like, let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Christina, and like, let's just do the plan how we think keep iterating on that, and write that down, and then just keep iterating on that, and then
tag up forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference. Forward link LOS in place of the Flight Director Conference.
Okay, Jenny, we're ready.
All right, crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline. First of all, the first two are for your toilet maintenance. First of all, it is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. Toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the oxone changeout. That portion of the procedure. You have an HHP stop activity. You have an HHP. We need you to perform that activity as scheduled on your timeline for bandwidth reasons. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses. We want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. For the D5, and then finally, or zoom lens, the D5, which is set for solar corona, or zoom lens, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, we want to remind you that when you are capturing the Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust. Let me know if you have anything for us. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Okay, Houston, we copy all. Thanks for those words, Sydney. Okay, Houston, we copy all. Thanks for those words, Sydney.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS. All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data. You're telling me about the classroom. So Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You're telling me about the classroom. Tell me more about the pretending.
Yeah, it works pretty well. So you tell me more about this. Do the plan how you expect it to be, and then do the plan how you expect it to be, give it to a completely new group of people, and have them finalize that plan, and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense, and have them practice it, because and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense. Then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment, like the Orion mock-up. Then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment, because that volume is smaller, the window placement, and we'll do the same thing, because that volume is smaller, the window placement, addition seating, what things have we forgotten, and then once we addition of reiterate on that, we'll take it then, and then once we give it to the crew and have them reiterate on that, we'll take it then, we'll give it to the crew and have them execute on it during mission simulation. So we've the highest fidelity that we can do this before we brand new send it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do this because we're a brand new console. Like how are we going to do this for service missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to
fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task, and so each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task, and so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. Has traveled, they're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon, has traveled, they're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from that vantage point scientifically interesting. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting?
So fundamental in the scientific toolkit. Observations particularly are so fundamental in the scientific different perspectives, different particularly observations, different techniques, different perspectives, and so different scales. So we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. And there's pros and cons. So we really tried to make for all those things for this mission. So we really just pros and cons the plan to have all those for all those things for this mission. So in terms of we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of zoomed out scale, different perspectives. So their perspective zoomed out. Kelsey talked about photometry. So their perspective when they orbit the moon. Kelsey talked about photometry. And then also just around when they orbit the moon. The different things that they also just. So again, let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales. Let me talk a little bit about scale. You can gain a lot of different observations at different scales. So like for example, if you can gain a lot of different information at a rock. So like for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface scale. So in training we kind of talk about at this observations from micro to macro. We kind of talk about observations from micro to macro. So looking at a rock at this scale, you can describe its components. You can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. You can describe its components. Okay, and this rock came made of this colors and its minerals. And it's this part of this boulder. Okay, and this rock came from this things that I'm observing around. This part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well I can see that this boulder came from. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well I can see that this boulder came from this high, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high trail that it came from. Okay, now let me describe this ridge trail that it came from. And okay, now let me describe this ridge. And then you zoom out further, different parts of it, and maybe other boulders. This ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information. And
So that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are far so important. So is this full lunar disk view, it's the full lunar view, is this full lunar disk view, it's the full lunar, but now we're able to see it on the far side and we're able to see it as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side and we're able to see it, which enables the astronauts to all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare and the color particularly is very compelling because you can, and the color particularly is very compelling because you can, three different regions, be able to very quickly compare in the same family, is this actually three different regions, compare that in the same family, is this actually a little bit different, they have access compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their to tease out that nuance information, and really just be able to
we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked we heard them make a lot of those connections how exciting it was especially the color. We talked the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those browns and greens and things like that. So one last question. We are coming up on the last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar flyby observation. So can you tell me this is when we are going into a crew learning during that time frame? So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
So, yes, there's so many things. How to pick one. So I'd say the thing that there's so many things. How to pick one is some of their annotations that I'm most interested in seeing. So is some of their annotations opportunity that they're taking. It's a very dynamic type of opportunity of experience. It's a very dynamic. We don't normally see this activity, and so being able to have this crew activity, and so being able to have and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is just such a unique thing that humans can give to missions. Such a unique thing that humans can give to missions. Being able to annotate and also what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. Annotations on the lunar surface because the astronauts will be in suits. Personally, I'm really excited to see they're going to be deploying instruments and annotations. Personally, I'm really excited to see develop some of these annotations and to see how that heard a lot of develops and over time. Because people are describing something that's unique and different. When people are describing something that's unique and different, drawing and you can interpret it, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and you're marking and those boundaries, going back to like the color provinces, for example, and really boundaries, exactly what they meant. Annotations, there's been really annotations very excited about the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures. The Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures, given a lot of that have and debate within the scientific community of given a lot of they're observing this debate within the scientific community. And now it's our job to hypothesize of this phenomenon. Why are they observing this? Like what is hypothesize of like why are they observing this? Like what is just a really cool part of exploration going on science? So I think that's just a really cool part of this beautiful thing that we're about to do. Science.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and excited about the annotations too.
Don't sleep on the annotations. I'm very excited to see these little sketches. Don't sleep on the annotations. I'm very excited to see these little sketches they can just draw right on. It's like this particular thing is pictures that they can just draw right on. It's like this particular thing is different than what we've seen.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm excited to have a great time tonight. Thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
See where we go from here. Thank you so much. And you've been doing a great job, and it's so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Integrity Houston, you have 3 minutes until we go into a forward-linked LOS. You have 3 minutes until we go back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid. We'll be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
Thanks for the heads up. Look forward to seeing you on the other side. Thanks for the heads up. Look forward to seeing you on the other side.
Likewise.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, with our Artemis II crew inside. From the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break lunar flyby coverage is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into pivoted away from the moon. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a unique vantage point for our crew from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. We need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft to allow time for those batteries to charge into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. Pointed at the moon. We are just in time for that forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications. The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks. Now 252,523 miles away. Our closest approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,750 from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon. Orion was flying the crew also set that new record today behind the moon, beating the Apollo 13 crew also set that new record today, distance beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night. Animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night by visiting how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity. How the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity. Now traveling 930 miles per hour. During this break in their Time today, during this break in their other tasks. Time today, their National Geographic timeline test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA. Crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well, taking videos and pictures to leverage its portfolio of media assets. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media and television programming for engagement opportunities. And television programming for engagement opportunities. Throughout the flight, the crew has been timelined a little bit each day to film from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage. Teams on the ground reporting that the spacecraft is looking good, and that the teams on the ground reporting that the spacecraft is looking good, and that the power in a proper position before is good as well. All setting us up in a proper position before eclipse. The crew is in a little break during our flyby coverage for today. A little break during our flyby coverage for today. About 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that celestial orbiting Earth at less than a quarter of a million miles on average. Orbiting Earth at less than a quarter of a million miles on average. When our landing sites near the lunar South Pole. Future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites and trapped water ice. Will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Featuring Dr. Kelsey Young about the Artemis Science Flight Operations video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot left to learn about the moon. The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. The Apollo missions visited concentrated near the near side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights near the near side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon. But we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together. And liftoff of Artemis 1. And beyond. We rise together.
back to the moon
NASA's Artemis
and
missions
beyond.
are NASA's plan to send people to the
NASA's
surface
Artemis
of the moon.
missions
We'll
are
be sending
NASA's plan to send
and
people
roving
to the surface
assets
of the moon.
and scientific equipment
people
to, among other things, answer a lot of really
and
compelling
scientific
science
equipment
questions.
to, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling
It's
science
our nearest
questions.
celestial neighbor
Scientists
here
have a
to
lot to
Earth,
learn about
so
the
what the moon has
It's our
experienced,
nearest
we've
celestial
experienced,
neighbor here
except
to
here on
Earth,
Earth, so what the moon has experienced, we've experienced,
oceans,
except here on Earth,
people
we have
that
things like
erase
plate tectonics,
tectonics,
whereas on the moon,
forests,
that whole
people
record of
that
our
erase
planet's
the rock
history of the
record.
moon's history
Whereas on
is
the
just kind
moon,
of waiting
that
there
whole
at the
record of
surface
our
for us to
planet's
explore.
history of the moon's
The
history
South
is just kind of
Pole,
waiting
which is
there
where
at the
Artemis
surface for
missions
us
are
to
going to
explore,
target,
is specifically
the South
interesting
Pole,
for
which
a
is
couple
where
key
Artemis
reasons.
missions are going to
We think
target,
there are
is
volatiles
specifically
at the South
interesting
Pole
for a couple
that are
key
not present near
reasons.
the
We think there are
equator. Things like
volatiles at the
water
South
and
Pole
water ice
that
that
are
are not
trapped in the
present
lunar
near the
regolith,
equator.
which
Things
basically
like
just means
water
lunar
and
soil
water ice
that
can
are trapped in the
easily
lunar
become
regolith, which
untrapped
basically
from
just
that
means
lunar
lunar
regolith,
soil
and
that
scientists
can
can
easily
scoop up and
become
study for
untrapped
return to
from
Earth.
that lunar regolith,
The
and
lunar South
scientists can
Pole is a
scoop up
really
and study
exciting
for return to
scientific
Earth.
target, and it
The
also
lunar
comes
South
with
Pole is a
some
really
challenges for
exciting
operating.
scientific
For
target,
example,
and it
the
also
lighting
comes with some
environment will change
challenges for
drastically
operating.
within
For
the
example,
course of
the
one mission,
lighting
and even
environment will
over
change
sometimes the
drastically
course of
within
one
the course of one
spacewalk.
mission,
So
and even
preparing the crew
over
members
sometimes the
preparing
course of one
the
spacewalk.
hardware that we're
So
sending to the
preparing
moon,
the
and
crew
preparing the
members
mission control
preparing
teams
the
is really,
hardware
really
that we're
important.
sending to the moon, and
The South Pole
preparing the mission
Basin
control
is
teams
particularly
is really, really
exciting. We
important.
think it's one of the
The South
oldest and
Pole
largest
Basin is
impact
particularly
basins in the solar
exciting. We
system.
think
And
it's
if we
one of
can
the
get
oldest and
the
largest
right
impact
rock
basins
from
in
the
the solar
South Pole
system.
Basin
And if we
and bring
can
it back
get
to our
the
labs
right
here on
rock
Earth,
we
from
can
the South
use
Pole
that
Basin
sample
and
to
bring it back
constrain
to
the
our
entire
labs here on
evolution
Earth.
of our
We
solar
can use
system
that
and really
sample
understand
to
the
constrain the
timing of
entire
how the
evolution
moon
of our
and
solar
our
system
planet
and
and
really
really understand
understand
the
the
timing
timing
of how the moon and our planet and the entire solar system evolved.
You're looking at a live view aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis II crew, in the middle spacecraft of the Artemis II crew, or really their only break today during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be that solar eclipse. Throughout the Artemis II mission, and of course throughout today, you've likely heard the integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft integrity. The Artemis II crew members during a news conference September 24th, 2025. During a news conference September 24th, 2025. Candor and humility embodies the foundation of trust, and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. Technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission to the extensive integrated effort. This name is also a nod to the extensive integrated components from the more than 300,000 people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back. People across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back. Inspire the world and set the course for a long-term integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA. The integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency. We are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes.
We
mission
are
elapsed
5
time
days,
into
1 hour,
Artemis
and 38
2.
minutes.
Mission
In this
elapsed
view on the
time
screen, you can
into
see the crew
Artemis
starting
2.
to even
In
look
this
through
view
some
on the screen,
photos
you
that
can
they
see
may have
the crew
captured today.
starting to
We
even
really
through
look
some
forward
photos
to sharing
that they may
these
have
photos
captured
with you
today.
as soon as we
really
possibly
look forward
can.
to sharing these
And the
photos
best way
with you
to
as soon
keep
as we
up with those is
possibly
to follow
can.
NASA on social
The best
media.
way
You can
to
do so
keep
at
up with
NASA,
those is to
and for
follow
this
NASA
mission
on social
specifically
media. You
at
can do so
NASA
at
Artemis.
NASA, and for this mission specifically at NASA Artemis. Again, we are in a forward link LOS, so a forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not able to communicate or send loss of signal with the crew. Any commands to them right now, to communicate or send any commands to them right now, event that occurs at times, but this is a tracked event that occurs at times to us, and we are obviously still receiving their video and their data here to us, and we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
Houston integrity in the blind, high priority PAO activities on reach timeline in the blind, high priority PAO activities on reach timeline are a full CD1 for downlink, and then high priority full imagery for downlink, and then high priority flyby imagery for downlink, and then high priority PAO, flyby for PAO, and then high priority PAO. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission. Artemis Mission Control. Orion. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis II mission aboard Orion. Make a call in the blind. We may not receive his call. However, we cannot call back. Communications with the spacecraft. We may not receive his call. However, cannot hear from us right now with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily. But that call that came down from Wiseman mentioned some imagery, so we are very much looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Looking forward to getting pictures taken from the moon today. Social media again, at NASA those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis. The view on your screen right now is an animation. This is called Arrow. The view on your screen right now is an animation website. This is called Arrow. You can visit this for yourself at NASA.gov/track Artemis. You can visit this for yourself. And you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth. And you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth and farther away from the moon. So far. And we're coming up on splashdown now. So fast, 3 days, so far. 23 minutes. And we're coming up on splashdown 23 hours and 31 minutes. 23 minutes and 23 hours and 31 minutes. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link LOS. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are in a forward link to them right now. However, we're not able to send commands and communications to them right now. However, this is tracked as we are on the spacecraft data network. This is tracked. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft. Now that we are so
this is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft. Now that we are so far from Earth,
over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon. The first humans to ever see a solar eclipse from the moon. The first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches the Apollo 16 and 17 missions. There were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to solar eruptions near that time frame that over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Are at the mercy of our temperamental sun. Those networks and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. And the space weather. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt. Impacts. Modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, rely on, and leading the research that the world's industries space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society. Space weather research and modeling critical decision-making by the needs of society pilots to reroute around high radiation areas. That equips pilots to reroute around high GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans. To adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans of potential surface operators. To mitigate the impacts of potential surges. NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring. NASA provides 24/7 future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. A farmer, whether you're a pilot, a power grid operator, a energy customer, or a consumer, a satellite controller, a power grid operator, or energy customer, space satellite control impacts us all, or GPS user. Space weather impacts us all.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched. We are still in our flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now. Flyby coverage, and the crew is on a short break right now to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts it will look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun. Except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun. About the same size in the sky. On Earth, and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon. And because of how big the moon will be from their perspective, the total phase of the eclipse will last nearly in an hour. The total phase of the eclipse will last partial solar eclipse as the moon covers and uncovers the sun, which is before and after totality. Covers and uncovers the sun, which is they will have eclipse glasses, so they can safely view that portion. They will have eclipse glasses, so they can safely view cameras to capture images of the corona. The astronauts will also be using cameras to capture images of the corona during the eclipse. There also may be some other planets visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, Mars, visible during the eclipse, including Venus, Saturn, part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future Artemis astronauts part of the sky they're looking at. This can help train future Artemis knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely on that information instead of instruments for navigation and orientation. Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are the first of these is sunset observation. This is the solar corona that we'll be looking for. Sunset. The outer atmosphere of the solar corona that we'll be looking for. It's the outer atmosphere of the sun. The astronauts can see polar plumes. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar north and south. These are thin streamers that project. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if close to the sun's surface. Can witness coronal something else that we previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is something else that we previously mentioned is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. That is lofted above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts. You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. As the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon. Again, this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the spacecraft. And this solar eclipse is only visible to the crew on the science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well. Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses, just like we do from Earth, to safely view it. Just like we do from Earth, to completely cover the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost only a couple of minutes. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse gives them a chance to look out into deep space. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep planets nearby and to look into see if there are other planets nearby. What you're seeing right now is the solar corona. That's the what you're seeing right now is the solar corona. The science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. Very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole, and its color and shape of the solar corona as a whole, and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
Science integrity in the blind. This is science integrity in the blind. This is the sun continues to be unreal on behind the moon. The sun and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and the corona is still visible when you get to the other side. The Earth shadow is almost shown. I mean, almost when you get to the other side, the Earth shadow is already shown. I mean, almost behind the moon after you can see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there. And the moon is just hanging in front of us. It's so bright out there. And the moon is just hanging in front of us. Out in front of us. In front of now. Black orb. Gray. In front of us. In front of now. Not the blackness, but this gray. We can see stars and the planets blend. Behind it to the blackness. We can see stars and the planets. Christina is in window 1. We're using window 2 with the long lens. Christina is in window 1. We're using window 2 with the long lens. And Jeremy is describing it. And it is quite very sight, and you can still see quite a horizon with a brighter. You can still see on that horizon with a brighter where the sun sets. On the earth shine, the moon is very distinct. And the earth shine quite an impressive visual. It creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis II mission. Orion is now on the Artemis II mission. 52,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, Texas. We're here in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, Texas. And what you had just corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse around the moon as the portion of the lunar flyby. For this portion of the lunar flyby. 5,500 statute miles from the moon. Over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. Filter in and out as we are stepping beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping over to orbit 2. We will continue monitoring lunar flyby, handing over to all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.